Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Data for Health conference. Everybody, welcome to Berlin, to those of you joining us here in the Alte Munzer, and of course to those of you on the live stream.
In the name of the Federal Ministry for Health, we'd like to share 2 days of insights and innovation with all of you, with our guests from the United States, with our guests from Germany, and from all other nationalities. The more, the better, of course. We are very happy to have you here.
We know that
All right, if it's that easy, that's nice.
to welcome. We know that innovation plays a key role in leading people to live healthier lives, to helping medicine, and now we're looking for data and AI to step up and help us in this endeavor. So far, research, discovery, and medical innovation has been led almost through the kind of spirit and the will of the scientists, the researchers, the innovators, despite the small, messy, and incomplete data sets.
It is, but as data is still key to disruptive innovation like artificial intelligence, it is crucial to put a wider focus on data use and data sharing, an international focus to be precise, because the matter of data is not the more the better, but the more better, the better. We need more valuable data formatted in a compatible way to get better results, and therefore we need more international cooperation.
And that's what we want to work on here with you over the next 2 days. That's your host, Alexa von Busse, and myself, Naomi Lee. So we're here with you for 2 days of high-level keynotes, of interactive panel discussions, workshops, and bar camps.
Yeah, and we really want to work on this with you. And by saying we want to work on this, we mean that we are going to co-create the event with you. The intention of the bar camps and the workshops really is that you bring your specific problems to solve with the power of the crowd of experts sitting in this room. So this is not a typical conference, and we don't know the outcome yet, actually.
We don't know the outcome, but we are going to share the results with you as they're generated through the conference before they're handed over to the German Federal Ministry of Health at the end of the event. So you'll hear it here first. And of course, the other way to collaborate is through the Wall of Berlin, which is just through here, which is an interactive wall for you to share your thoughts, pictures, projects, research articles. And there's also an interactive glossary for translation between English and German, of which we have a few examples we've discovered through our preparation.
That's right. Just half an hour ago, Joe Leonard, the medical director of the Center for Integrated Diagnostics at the Massachusetts General Hospital and one of the main organizers of this conference, he called this a pre-competitive space, and we'd like to invite you to share that idea and work with it.
And that's why I encourage you all to put a really strong emphasis on your networking here during the event, because we know cooperation is much easier when you already have met your collaborators in person.
That's it. So let's begin and introduce your main collaborator on this and the head of this conference. It was a personal concern to host this event of transatlantic medical community building, and that's why he deeply wanted to welcome you first, the German Federal Minister for Health, Professor Dr. Karl Lauterbach. Welcome.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, first of all, thank you for coming to Berlin. Thank you for being here. It's a great pleasure for me, also a personal pleasure, that you are here and that we share our knowledge, our vision about data usage, data collection, data research. This is the first conference of this kind, and I think we bring here together people from very different fields. The main idea of the conference basically came when I was once again traveling the US and many other countries in order to prepare our data laws. Germany, in many ways, has fallen behind in terms of, let's say, data collection, data usage, artificial intelligence, but we are not fallen behind that far that we cannot catch up. And I'm paid for us to catch up. So when I was in the US once again and was talking to Jochen Lennertz, one of my advisors with respect to that, and other colleagues at the Harvard School of Public Health and Harvard University. I see Albert Hoffman is here, others are here. We were thinking together that what we actually need is also a very good way to share data transatlantically, because we have common goals, we have a common data space which is potentially available, and we don't have any rules. And Jochen came up with the idea, why do we not work towards something like a Helsinki declaration of data usage? And this initially appeared to be a little bit too much of an American idea, a bit too big. But if you think about it, personal data are part of human rights, and we do not have specified the way how we deal with these data. But we need to use this data in order to materialize the many advantages, the many benefits, in particular in the medical field, in order to make that possible. So after thinking about it, it appeared to become an ever more intriguing idea, and that was even before the hype of ChatGPT and so forth. So therefore, I think this is a very important meeting that we are having here. We speak about these issues, how to share data internationally on all levels, G7, EU, European Health Data Space, WHO, in our German laws that we are currently making, American laws, we speak about it all the time, but typically the talk ends where today's conference starts. We need to become more specific. What does it mean to have a meaningful data protection that we can share data transatlantically? How do we make data interoperable? How do we test if that is working or not? How do we train algorithms in Germany that have been developed in the US and the other way around? How do we make sure that the data sets are comparable? All of these questions are specific questions, and we quickly agree on so many occasions that we need solutions here, but in order to work on these solutions, we need to come together and become more specific. That is what we are trying to do here in that conference. I could basically introduce half of the podium here, or half the people here, because this is a very senior event. I will not do so for two reasons. First of all, it's just too many highly distinguished people that I had to introduce. And number two, I have to leave shortly after my short introduction because I'm hosting an event together with a couple of other ministers and Chancellor Scholz for Chinese ministers. And as you all know, timeliness is an important Chinese virtue. So I cannot be late. This is not an occasion where I can appear late. So therefore, after my short introduction, I will leave the conference, but I will come back at noon and we go from there. But let me come to the main points. I'll make these points as quick as possible. First of all, why deal with such a problem when we do not even have data exchange within our countries? I mean, isn't this a ridiculous idea that we think about transatlantic data sharing when we are not able to share the data from one state to the other, and we have the same problem in the US as we do here, and not to speak about data sharing in Europe? Well, I think for two reasons this is a misconception. First of all, data sharing will become much, much, much easier in the near future. This is due to technical advances. With new ways to mine data, in particular large language models, but not only large language models, it becomes much easier to increase the sensitivity and the specificity of data mining in a more intuitive way. So therefore, large data sets will become way more easy to operate in the future in comparison to now. We will solve many of the problems of interoperability with these new tools. So technically, we are at the foreevening of a major event. And number two, it is also the case that there is more of a need for this data sharing, and the problems are also everywhere the same. It's always data protection, security, opt-out systems, second use problems. So it's the same problems that we have to solve in Germany, in the US, in Europe, but also transatlantically. So I do think that we can be way more hopeful than we currently are in order to solve these problems, to work towards such a declaration that we all need. And indeed, the gains from this are simply gigantic. Without an exaggeration, these gains are gigantic. Because with the new methods and the new data fullness, we can address questions that in the past and currently we haven't been able to address. First of all, no single human being is anywhere close to getting that many data which are available in huge data sets. I mean, you could practice for millions of years and you would never have the experience on a particular cancer that is included in a large data set. It is simply impossible. There is no lifetime of experience which comes close to anywhere where these data collections currently are. It is strictly impossible. Single experience, always important, is nowhere close to the data that we mine in these systems. And number two, many of the, let's say, methods of analysis, for example, standard regression analysis, and also very, very, very advanced methods of data analysis with, let's say, highly developed mathematics. Albert Hoffman and his group, one of the pioneering groups worldwide to do analytic data mining with standard means. That is uncomparable to what is possible with artificial intelligence, for example, in open algorithms, which are learning algorithms that work with methods of large language models. So therefore, data size and also data analysis is entering in a new sphere of possibilities. And that is a possibility that we are under responsibility to make that available to mankind, as a matter of fact. Therefore, a meeting like today's is a small step towards rules that can make this vision possible, that makes this vision implementable. We have experts here from all respective fields. We have scientists here, we have policymakers here, we have doctors here, we have famous ethicists here, we have legal experts here from all of Europe and from the US and Germany. So we are basically together in a group of highly qualified people, and we will work result-oriented. So we will not give our standard speech, but we will work towards results. And at the end of the meeting, Jochen Lenners and me, we will try to summarize some of the key findings, and we'll also publish a little bit about this if we mine findings. This is here the old currency mint, as a matter of fact, but the data are not a currency. That is very important. The spirit of what we are doing here is a spirit where we look at data as something that belongs to individuals and can only be shared in terms of a gift to mankind. It's not a currency, it is not a market, it is not that belongs to anyone. Therefore, we have chosen this location in order also to make this difference clear. We are not data mining, but we are analyzing data, and data gifts are what we are talking about. If we want this vision, that is my personal conviction from my work as a minister, but also working on these laws that we are currently preparing. But it's my personal conviction that we will only get the population to be prepared to share data and also to use data if we make clear what the benefits are. And that means that we do not describe the benefits, that we speak about the benefits, but that we show the benefits. And Jochen was bringing a good case a couple of minutes ago. If there is a cancer patient with a very, very, very rare case of cancer, where you have not much to offer, but when you then are in a setting, in a space where you can look whether there is a similar case already in the data and how this case was treated and what happened and so forth, then you offer something. That is what people feel where the difference comes in. Or if, for example, research is published, which would not have been possible without this type of data analysis. And the disease is suddenly treatable that we could not treat before. This is also something that people experience. It is not something what we talk about. So we must make the experience real in order to carry the vision forward. This is my personal conviction. Finally, here in Germany, we are currently working on 3 major laws for, let's say, catching up with the US, but not exclusively, catching up with others. We are trying to catch up fast pace. We come up with a digital law, we come up with a research data use law, and we come up with a law which creates an agency which sets the rules ethically but also technically in order for us to speed up more quickly. And we will also derive many conclusions from these laws and how we implement these from today's meeting. So this is also one of the reasons why this meeting is very important to us. And we in Germany will combine 150,000 offices, 20,000 pharmacies, 2,000 hospitals, and 70 million patients with electronic health records in a way that we are able to use this data for treatment, but also for research purposes. And this research will be available to German companies, to German researchers, but should also be possible to use this research internationally. That is what we attempt to do. So therefore, me as a lawmaker, I also very much benefit from this important meeting. So the vision is to make it possible to put it as easy as possible, that in the long run, we will be able to speed up the process from cloud to clinic, that we have the information when we deal with a special patient to get the information that we need about him, but also about similar patients, so that we derive our conclusions about how to treat, what to do, what exam, and so forth, directly from the data that are available, and use artificial intelligence to support our own decision making. And number 2, we will also make it as easy as possible and as quick as possible to move from cloud to lab, that people who are in the lab doing the research get the information they need, the information, the data that are already there in order to move forward with their research agenda. So that is the space of the meeting intellectually, and also the space in which we are sitting here. It is a great opportunity, and it is also an important task, because with the new discussion about what will happen in the long run with, for example, AGI, artificial general intelligence, there is now a discussion how big in the long run is the harm coming out of artificial intelligence. Even major players, the somewhat older inventors, my age, like Geoffrey Hinton, they are worrisome. Their students, like Ilya Sutskever and others, they are worried. Sam Altman is worried. Many are worried. They all basically say that, let's say, AI is to be seen like nuclear war or pandemics as a risk to mankind. So we will have a big discussion about the safety of AI and also data usage. We will have a huge discussion. When we go into this discussion, and again, I'm not giving, I don't, lucky for you, I don't have the time to give a talk about what I think about these issues, but whatever is unclear, clear is the benefit that is in such systems, in large data, in new methods of machine learning. The benefit which there is, most of it is basically in the medical science. So most of the benefit is basically generated by people such as you, as a matter of fact. The risks are in all fields, but the biggest benefits are basically in healthcare and in research. So therefore, it is our obligation to help that the risks are as minor as possible, but the benefits are real, and that we show the benefits, and that we do not explain that there will be benefits, but that we use the benefits in our daily life. So this is what we aim, and ultimately, perhaps we will be able to mine a couple of principles that guide our transatlantic exchange of data. Perhaps it is possible to think about in what ways the currently developing European health data space should move forward, and in what way we integrate our German research data law into the European health data space, and how we can combine this with American systems which are already in place. And perhaps we can do this in a way that we test this in test cases using synthetic data. I think that's the idea of synthetic data sets in order to explore new venues how data can be used in order to test both the interoperability but also the general rules, as a matter of fact. How do our protection laws work out? And can they be challenged, for example? Is it possible to re-identify patients even if names and ages and all of this is already blunted? Or do we have to work with some type of, let's say, hiding the data, in preparing the data in a way that there is more noise in the data, so that we lose a little bit in the sharpness of the analysis, but we get better protection by introducing some noise into the data to make the data sets safer. These are all questions that we can deal in such a setting. So I will come back noontime, and I will get involved with many of you personally. I think it is a great opportunity. I'm very proud that we were able to get such a distinguished group here to Berlin, and I'm very much looking forward to the results. I have a big team here on these issues in my ministry. Other ministries often remark that half of my ministry is working with digitalization. This is clearly a lie. But we do have a big team, and in particular, Frau Otzegowski, Dr. Otzegowski, the head of our group, is here today, and she will organize a lot of what is to be said here. I will be back noon, and I'm also looking forward to personal discussions with you. It's a great opportunity. It's wonderful to have you here. And therefore, thank you for this opportunity, thank you for this occasion, and let's together make the very best out of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you so much for opening us with those amazing remarks, talking about the solutions from cloud to clinic, the approach to data, which means it's not a currency, and the special case for health. We wish you all the best in your event this morning, and we are looking forward to seeing you back at 12. Right, so please join me in welcoming our first panel to the stage. We have Tarek Coker, we have Roland Eis, we have Ariel Stern, and we have Elena Books. So please join me on the stage panel. So thank you so much. It's so great to have you all here and to be leading this panel. Now, I want to ask you, the Minister has given us a really clear steer there in terms of what we can discuss in the panel, his ideas and inspiration for the conference. And I'm going to ask each of you, within our topic of introduction to data sharing and AI, to give a brief introduction and to give to the audience a short take on what it is that you would like to discuss here in the panel.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here today. And by way of introduction, I'd like to cite a very well-known data protection officer, who might actually be in the room, so lots of love, who said about an interview I gave on the topic of today that it was stupid and uninformed. And the only thing I had said in that interview was that we have an ethical disbalance in Germany. We prioritize the protection of privacy and informational autonomy very much, and we forget about beneficence and the benefits to patients and to society and all the important social goods that we could generate. So I thought that was a very simple and very friendly point to make, but apparently it wasn't, so I'm looking forward to unpack that a little today.
We very much look forward to having this controversial discussion in the panel. Ariel, please, your introduction and opening remarks.
Yeah, wonderful. So it's delightful to be here, and it's spectacular to see many friends from Germany as well as friends from the US in one room. This is, for me, quite special. Being sort of living with one foot in both worlds. By background, I'm an academic, so I'll be wearing that hat primarily. I think I'm actually speaking on behalf of sort of 3 constituencies today, though. The first is as an academic researcher who actually uses data. I use data mostly medium and large data sets, very few small data sets, but I actually do applied data science and use healthcare data sets to ask questions that shed light on important topics in business, in economics, and in health policy. So I speak as a user. I also speak as somebody who works on healthcare policy and innovation policy. I'm faculty at a business school. At Harvard Business School, we think a lot about innovation policy. And I think, to build on both the minister's comments, but as well as your point, I think what we often fail to think about is the opportunity cost, or sort of the missed innovations that we're not observing because we're not able to actually commercialize new products or carry through research projects. And then the third thing that I do is I, from time to time, advise science-based businesses, so startups that are actually commercializing technologies based on really good ideas coming out of, among other things, universities. So that's my background, and I'm looking forward to what I trust will be an extraordinarily productive day of conversations that will just be the beginning of the work we have to do.
Ariel, just before we move on, can I ask, do you think that the balance between the US and Germany is different in terms of how data is approached?
In terms of data, absolutely. This is a question I get frequently, is sort of which healthcare system is better or which is worse. And my standard answer is that they're both deeply problematic in very different ways. And the goal of good public policy is to understand the nuanced ways in which we need to do better in both the United States and Europe. And I hope that we can actually work in both directions. This isn't just about better policy in Germany. I think this should be a conversation about better policy in the United States as well.
Great comment. Roland.
Yeah, I'm very delighted to be here and discuss with my colleagues about the benefits but also the opportunities when it comes to data sharing. So I think everybody would agree that we need data at scale to build upon, so that we can have informative models which can be made usable to patients, to doctors, to the healthcare system, and so forth. And so I'm at the Charité here in Berlin, which is the largest, one of the largest university medical centers in Europe, and I'm responsible for part of the digital health here. And as a matter of fact, the vast majority of data we have been working on is strictly non-German data, and there are good reasons for why that is the case. So until like 2 months ago, I would be sitting here and saying it's a complete disaster. We are working on health data at scale, coming from UK, but also from United States, like in the All of Us cohort. But more recently, I think I'm very excited that we now finally have access to large-scale data from our payers, so like 66 payers here in Germany brought together the data on health data, medical records for accountants' purposes, being brought together for like 20 million individuals, German citizens. And now we are trying to transfer those fantastic models which have been trained on UK and US data, and in order to bring this also to the German healthcare system. And I'm very happy to discuss here about the benefits if we bring the pieces together.
Thank you so much, Roland. Tarek.
Thanks so much. I feel like I'm the odd one out. You guys are all beautifully color coordinated, going from pink to gray, and then I'm sitting here in my blue. Hi, I'm Tarek. I'm the Chief Data Scientist at the Wellcome Trust in the UK, which is a global philanthropic foundation. We have 4 big areas we focus on. We look at the health impacts of climate change, we look at infectious disease, we look at mental health, and we look at foundational discovery research into the biological sciences. And across all of those, of course, data science, and artificial intelligence are crucial. They're pretty much central to the modern scientific endeavor. And Naomi, you asked us to be a little bit, hostile is the wrong word, you wanted to create a bit of drama on stage. So I wanted to agree and disagree with something that Professor Lauterbach said earlier. So first, I'd agree with the idea that a lot of this is a human rights issue. So my favorite article of the UN Declaration of Human Rights is Article 27, which of course everyone can can recite, I'm sure. But the relevant bit is everyone has the right to share in scientific advances and their benefits. That's written in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In the mid-1940s, I have an A1 poster of it on my wall, right there. The more we look at this problem through the lens of a universal human right, the more our attention will be on the issues that matter, which is making sure all of our work actually benefits individuals and benefits the public. So I definitely agree with the Minister of Health on that. The bit I take a little bit of issue with is looking at health data through an individual lens. So I think that's where we get into trouble. The data of a population, in many ways, is much more interesting than the data on an individual. And when we start trying to negotiate about health data at an individual level, we get ourselves into trouble. So there are alternative models like community rights management or community data management approaches, which I think we should look more at when it comes to sharing data with users and bargaining for collective benefits as well. So I'm happy to talk more about that. And I'd like to talk a bit about the importance of diversity in data and diversity in talent as well. But I feel like that's enough of an intro. So back to you.
It's fantastic. Panel, do any of you want to take sides in the debate between Tarek and the Minister? I'm happy for you to. Okay, and I'll just give the audience a quick mention that we will take questions from the audience. So please do prepare your questions, prepare your thoughts. If you want to jump in, signal to us. Otherwise, we'll take questions at the end. And Alexa here has the roving microphone. So, panel, the Minister gave us a clear steer in terms of the specificity of our discussions. And I wondered if you could give me, like, from your own work, and perhaps I'll come first to you, Roland, and then to you, Ariel, to say, can you give us, like, the most recent best example of where data sharing or big collaboration has led to a breakthrough that we wouldn't otherwise have had, that's had a benefit for patients, not purely for research? Ariel?
Oh.
Yeah.
So I think something that I think we don't talk about enough are actually the very small administrative ways in which we can make great progress with data sharing. So using data for simple things like pharmacy reconciliation. So patients, whether they're in hospitals or nursing homes, making sure that based on prior mistakes, they're getting the right medicines or not getting medicines that are contraindicated with one another. Everything from scheduling to patient triage, these require data sharing. Doing these exercises well holds tremendous opportunity for efficiency in our healthcare systems. Just the other day, I made a doctor's appointment. There were 3 telephone calls necessary in order for me to just make a routine doctor's appointment. And surely we have the capability to do this with a thoughtful chatbot. So I actually, there are many very, very compelling applications, and I hope we can talk about some of the more serious regulated applications, for diagnostic and treatment applications, therapeutic applications. But I'm actually quite keen to talk about these low-hanging fruit that we have both in the United States and Europe. And just with simple modifications to how we manage data, how much efficiency we could create in the healthcare delivery system. One last statistic about this. In the United States, we have more than 1 administrative worker for every clinical worker in US hospitals, depending on whose math you believe. So that means that we have people answering telephones and doing paperwork and managing IT systems, which is vitally important. But there are all sorts of ways that we could drive efficiency and reduce errors in healthcare and healthcare delivery that don't require extraordinarily sensitive data and don't require even the most sophisticated artificial intelligence and machine learning applications. But I hope we talk about those as well.
So this is an example looking forward of saying, with data which is less sensitive than other clinical data, here are some efficiencies that we may see looking forward. Thank you.
And data sharing in this context is vitally important to make these models as efficient as possible. But I also think that it's low-hanging fruit, and these are things we should be doing soon.
Yeah, for me, the best practice example ever is probably and arguably UK Biobank, which I would say is the largest and arguably the most important donation of a single country to the entire world. So I think what is remarkable about UK Biobank is not only the size and the design of the study and the width and the breadth and depth of data, but beyond that, that it's freely available to everybody. of course, with restrictions, you have to sign contracts and stuff, but it doesn't matter whether you're UK-based, you're US-based, you're somewhere in Europe, somewhere in Africa, whether you're private or industry, everybody can access this kind of data. And I think that's the way we should actually think about it when it comes to creating and designing studies and creating larger collections of data, like here in Germany as well. I was intrigued to hear that our research data center should be also open, not only to industry in Germany and Europe, but also abroad. Well, we'll see how far we will get there. But I think it's like a return of investment. So if UK had invested an enormous resources into building this up, I think it's fair enough that other countries would actually follow up and make these kind of data collection as openly available as possible. And I think we still have to learn from that.
That's a great point. And I think for those in the audience who might be less familiar with the UK Biobank, can you give us like a real example of an insight that's come out of that that's kind of changed the practice for patients or like has generated a health benefit?
Yeah, there are zillions of examples because, I mean, the entire community, data health community actually is working on this kind of resource, but probably a very small example from my own research is, so what we try to do is to take the medical history data, which is taken from the, almost directly from the NHA's National Health Service system, and then we try to build a model to predict at a time each and every single disease endpoint, disease condition which is out there, which has been annotated. And we are doing this for more than 2,000 diseases at a time, and it's amazing how well that works. So give me your medical history data, and I will tell you exactly for which disease you are at very high risk to develop this disease 10 or 15 or 20 years later in life. And I think if we are not using this kind of information, we are not only missing out an opportunity, but I think we are missing out an opportunity also for our citizens to be better informed about their personalized risk for development of diseases, and so that they can take proper preventive measures and so forth. Yeah. So I think there are beautiful examples, and we're trying, as I already said, to recapitulate this on German health record data now, and I think there will be many of such examples. In particular, I see the highest chances or opportunities in primary prevention of disease.
It's such a great example, but it's kind of interesting as well, hearing both of the examples that you gave, that to some extent they are still quite future focused. You know, these are examples, Ariel, the ones that you gave, which are like, okay, we would love to be able to look forward and do this. And again, Roland, some of the examples you gave, we've got lots of insights. However, neither, I guess, the German, US, nor the UK health system is at the moment set up in order to act on some of these kind of amazing information that's generated through the UK Biobank. So, you know, a great steer is the Minister opened telling us like cloud to clinic. So, yeah, it's so interesting. Tarek, I can see you want to come in.
Yeah, I mean, just to riff on biobanks, I have the privilege of being on the board of the UK Biobank as well, so I've seen a lot of this work sort of up close. The headline study that always comes to my mind is establishing the link, well, maybe I shouldn't say this in Germany, but the increased risk of colorectal cancer associated with red meat consumption, so watch out, folks. But in general, the value of a resource like Biobank being something that can inform, you know, clinical risk prediction, but also this long-term research is quite astonishing. One bit of inside baseball about Biobank. So Biobank it's 500,000 people who were recruited back in 2006. So this is a fully consented cohort who were deeply motivated to share their health data for research purposes. Now, I don't know how much attention you pay to the kind of UK health data system, but a couple of years ago, we had a little bit of a fiasco in trying to link GP data for research purposes. And of course, you know, the public weren't brought along, and that caused all sorts of concern. But the letters we were getting from the UK Biobank cohort were, why aren't you using my data? I shared this data for research purposes. What's the problem? Why can't you just, you know, link these data together and research them? So there are folks out there who definitely proactively want their data used in that way. One other thing I'll just share related to Biobank. So, of course, the UK Biobank, when it was set up in 2006, was broadly representative of the UK population. Fast forward 20 years, it's now not. The share of ethnically white folks is lower now than it was 20 years ago. So as a result, some of the population level conclusions you draw from Biobank, or even the conclusions about subpopulations, aren't quite right. So that's why there are new initiatives to help patch these data. So I'm actually participant number 9,542 of something called the South Asia Biobank, which recruits kind of brown folks like me to kind of do the same, to do sort of the same thing. And the thing I like about this is that they also incentivize participation. So they, they'll give me messages I can share with my family to help recruit them as well. And they send me this report a month afterwards with like a highlight of sort of genetic risk scores, and they conclude that I'm a middle-aged brown guy who's slightly overweight and has a risk of diabetes, which is like, cool, thank you. I didn't know that, but thanks for letting me know.
So Tarek will be watching you in the break.
Yeah.
So I think this brings us to you, Elena. It's a great moment to pick up on your opening remarks about, we've heard the benefits, we've heard that some patients are asking, why aren't my data being used? How have we ended up, do you think? Can you tell us more about this position where we've ended up in a slightly like off-center ethical position, and how have we got here?
It's a terrible question. I was going to talk about the UK Biobank because I love it.
Do both.
And I'm here as the chair of the Ethics Council in Germany, but I've actually worked on these things for a lot longer in the UK with some of the UK Biobank people. So that's one of the most instructive examples, because what they did, so let me preface my answer with that short point. They really emphasize, and I'm not just saying this because I'm an ethicist, but they really emphasize the ethics, the governance, and the communication about what they're doing. That was always front and center in the meetings very early on, which also gets people fired up, right? So there's a whole thing, I do this and I contribute. We have the same potential in Germany. So I've done studies myself, representative samples. If you ask people in a healthcare setting, are you willing to contribute your data? They will say yes to more than 95%. And sometimes even secondary data use without any specification of what will happen with this data, and even without being asked, so without consent, which is something that is potentially possible but is never done in Germany. We all know that GDPR is utilized slightly differently in our country compared to other countries. So what that means is, obviously, you all know it's an old joke. Data protection is for healthy people, right? Sick people don't care about data protection, never. But of course, you discuss it when you're healthy. The population that we have is as pro-social as the UK population or other populations. We are not against medical innovations in Germany. So how did we end up in a situation that is so dire that when I think back at my medical student days, a long time ago, we used to discuss digital patient records, and we still don't properly have them. It's like, what the hell? That's more than 20 years ago, showing my age here. But that is just depressing. So it's two things, and we've described that in a lot of our writing. The one is the regulation, of course, which is often better than people might think, but we do have actual regulatory problems. My favorite example is always the Bavarian Hospital Act, Article 27. Lots of people in the room will know this, which specified until June 2022 that data cannot leave the hospital unless specifically for patient treatment, which is from back in the days, in the 80s, when this was written, and legislators didn't want doctors to take home patient records and sort of do their letters at home. But of course, it means you can't put any data into any form of digital storage and do anything with them. And luckily, after a lot of emphasis on this issue, and I see some colleagues in the room who were very helpful in doing so, Politicians were convinced this had to be changed. So this is just one of very many examples. We also have a federal state with 16 lovely people who look after data protection in the federal state, and our federal data protection officer. Everybody fantastic and very good at their job, but slightly too good at their job, probably. And also not in agreement, that everybody in this room knows this. So we have these specific problems, and I'm very heartened that there are initiatives trying to sort of get something going that will hopefully not fall prey to our federal problems. But the second thing is something that politics can't really affect, and that is the culture of data use in Germany, which is deeply restrictive, deeply risk-oriented, and that's something that all of us in this room have to change, because you cannot legislate culture and you cannot mandate happiness to engage in, data sharing initiatives, or just tell people, okay, here's the law and now we're all cool after years and years of very restrictive practice. So that's what the German Ethics Council calls, it's a terrible term, but I'll leave it here in the room, a multi-stakeholder responsibility, which means, yes, politics has its thing to do, we need better legislation and we need these sort of overarching initiatives, but it will be everybody in this room within their sphere of influence and responsibility, making sure that we're getting to a better place. Because you have the patients in front of you, you need to tell the stories to. You have your data protection officers in your businesses, in your hospitals. You will have to say to relax just a little bit. Come on, work with us. And we have to get into that kind of habit that we either do this all together or it is going to fail. And Karl Lauterbach, can do the most beautiful things at the legislative level. If we don't put them all together into real practice, it won't work. So that's my take-home message for today.
Eleanor, it's an amazing call to action. So you all have a responsibility. Now, Ariel, I could see you nodding. Now, given your unique perspective of seeing the kind of US-German systems, do those things resonate, or do you see it looking different across the Atlantic?
Absolutely. So I was just sitting here nodding, mostly in agreement. Let me give you maybe just one academic example of something that's possible in the United States that wouldn't be possible here for two reasons. One, because the data are not collected, and second, because it wouldn't have been possible for me to access these data. So I'm doing a research project right now with one of my PhD students around racial disparities in the use of patient portals in hospitals. So we know we have terrible racial disparities in the United States in access to the healthcare delivery system and outcomes. We also know that we have undergone a massive wave of digitization everywhere in the world, but there's more than a doubling of the use of patient portals over the course of the pandemic. So patients are now increasingly engaging with their clinicians via secure patient portals, which of course we're now learning more and more about in Germany as well. What we're able to do is actually link metadata from patient portal communications with electronic patient health records. And so we actually have demographic data about individuals. We know, in aggregate, of course, we're not trying to re-identify anyone. We can say, look, we learned three really important things that we didn't know before that are deeply important. And this has implications for how do we make better healthcare policy in hospitals and at the national level. The first thing we're learning is that patients of color, in particular Black patients, are just less likely to use patient portals in the first place. This matters a lot if clinicians, knowing that patient portal use has gone through the roof, are increasingly dedicating additional time to engaging with patients digitally. Well, if a significant group of your patients just isn't using the portal, then they're not going to get your attention. So that's thing number one, is we see and we document, we have very clear evidence of these racial disparities in use. Thing number 2 is that even conditional on use and even controlling for all of the observable features of patients, patients of color are interacting with the patient portals differently than white patients. So they're more likely to do passive activities. We call them passive activities for lack of a better word. These are things like looking at test results, looking at doctor's notes, whereas white patients are more likely to do these active things like asking for prescription refills, asking for clinician advice. And so just there, without even telling you what the third finding is, you already can see how this digital transformation of patient communication is now holds great potential to exacerbate already existing racial disparities in healthcare delivery in the United States. And then the third thing, and this is where we really actually need to do some digging and some soul searching, is that we're actually seeing that conditional on everything else, even like-for-like patients, patients of color are less likely to actually get a response from a medical doctor than white patients. So white patients are more likely to get a response from a medical doctor. Other patients are more likely to get a response from a nurse or from a nurse practitioner, from a triage nurse. What do we make of that? Well, we don't know, but step 2 of the project, and again, would never be possible here, or at least not in 2023, is that we're actually now going to have access to the text data of these messages. And so what we haven't yet been able, we can see metadata about the messages, and we can see but we can't see any of the content, and we're going to actually analyze the content of these messages using very simple off-the-shelf natural language processing tools to try to understand, are these shorter messages, are they using different types of language, but try to get under the hood of what's actually going on. Why wouldn't this be possible in Germany? Well, because we wouldn't, because there aren't patient portals at scale that we would actually be able to do this analysis, number 1. Number 2, researchers wouldn't be able to access this data. And 3, we don't collect data on things like race. There's some good data on demographics, age, gender, and we have to be very thoughtful about, but I think we have to be thoughtful about data access, but also just what data are we collecting? You get what you measure, and so, can we get more creative about collecting the right types of data to actually work towards health equity? But so that's just a very academic example, but hopefully more concrete for everyone.
Yeah, it's a fantastic example. Thank you so much. And Tarek, I know you wanted to kind of pick up on this, talking about inequality in data. The example, Ariel, that you gave is of how people are interacting with the system, and Tarek, you have another.
Just to riff on the idea, I realized we're a panel with AI in the title. We don't talk about AI that much, but what my sort of long-term hope is, when AI is successful in healthcare, you just stop calling it AI, right? So if I take out my phone now and take a picture of Naomi, that little yellow the yellow rectangle that the iPhone brings up, that's artificial intelligence. That's a computer vision model trained on a bunch of faces to find the human face. We don't call that AI, right? We'll get to a point where we'll just integrate these technologies into healthcare and not worry about it. But to the data diversity point, my favorite example is, put your paw up if you've come across a gene called PCSK9. There's usually like one person in a room like this who knows. Okay, Tim, very good. So PCSK9, a variant of this gene, codes for a protein that is strongly associated with lower cholesterol. Which is cool because folks have now made a new generation of cholesterol-lowering drugs called PCSK9 inhibitors. So statins were the normal way, PCSK9 inhibitors are the sort of new way. So what's special about PCSK9? It occurs in 6 out of every 100,000 people of white ancestry. But it occurs in something like 3% of folks with African ancestry. So if we didn't have data from folks like from initiatives like H3 Africa and the diverse genomic data sets that exist there, we would never have found it. We just would have no chance of finding these things. And that's one example of many where, unless you have a complete picture of the sort of the diversity of human biology, you're just going to miss stuff, and you're not going to capitalize fully on the opportunities for innovation. And to bring AI back into this, my favorite take on health is from Professor Michael Marmot in the UK, and he says every minister is a health minister. And I always think of like every data is health data. It's your education, your finances, your spending behavior. All of this information paints a picture about your health. It's unbelievably difficult to use, but we're at a point where if you responsibly harness all this information, you can paint a much richer picture of individual and population health and leverage the power of computation to give you insights that you just wouldn't have had before. So diversity, very important, and the promise of these new computational methods opens up a whole new world of opportunities for us too.
It's such a great conversation to have, because I was just kind of looking back over the things that we've discussed. So we've talked about the benefits of data sharing. We've talked about some of the blockers, whether it's culture, it's regulation. We've talked about some of the problems that we need data sharing to overcome. So for example, inequality, and an example there of like, okay, well, this is the benefit if we can share data. So the minister again gave us this clear steer to be kind of solution oriented. And so I wanted to ask the panel, like, we know in the last 2 years that research has moved us forward in many in many of these problems. So this discussion of synthetic data. I think if we went back 2 years, we wouldn't be so familiar saying, oh, you know, that would represent a great solution. But if we were to take the point as now, what are the kind of problems that the panel would say, right, this is what we've got to work on over the next 2 years? Is it technical? Is it culture? Is it regulatory? And how does that address the potential problems that AI might have? You know, we've talked about some of that in terms of data, but when we think about AI, is that the same problems, or is that a whole different set of problems?
I'm going to jump in and say, obviously that's an ethicist's perspective, and you guys will say other things. But just to get that out of the way, the major challenge will be to work on trust. And that is really challenging because at the same time, we need opt-out option wherever possible. So I'm looking at that row over there. Stay strong. It's vital to be a little blunt at this point. Because if we sort of inch ahead, that's not going to cut it. And you mentioned AI. I'm from Technical University Munich. I have all these people who program these fantastic predictive algorithms, and I could tell you lots of great examples too that we could do and can't. So this is only going to become a lot worse exponentially because it's going to go quicker everywhere else. So we have to big strides, big strides. And in order to do that, trust is so essential. I don't know if you remember Tagesthemen, very well-known German program, where a well-respected, really nice journalist gave a story that it was about the digital health record and the opt-out model. And she said, you know what, I'm cutting it short, it's 2 minutes that you should all watch if you want to know what we're dealing with in Germany. Well worth your time, it's still online. And she said, you know what, I want my health data because it's mine. As we all know, that's an understanding of data as property, but let's not go into that. I want my data to be in my wilting paper folders in my basement before I give them to you, right? Here, to a state actor. That's what we're dealing with. That is a very smart woman. She's super nice. I met her after because I was so shocked. And we had lunch and we talked, and we probably both understood a little better where we're coming from. But that is public opinion. And at the same time, you're trying to push ahead bold legislative moves. So it's so essential, which is what we try to do. We put on events, we've put on several events at the Ethics Council just to tell some positive stories. We might do, it's still unclear if we can, a little opinion, emphasizing the point that I made in my introduction, which is there are social goods that we're losing and that we might get. And that's the balance that we need to get. But finally, again, trust is not something that comes from above. Trust is something that has to be experienced and that sort of needs to grow up, grow bottom up. And that again means Mühen der Ebene, gonna be a marathon, not a sprint. All of us will have to convince everybody, because here it's preaching to the converted. I mean, we are all pretty much just hugging on this panel, right? But you go elsewhere, and it's a whole different party. So I think that is really, really important to sort of let everybody suck up the juice of today's event, really good, but then go out there to people who don't like this kind of stuff and sort of make it work, because otherwise, I mean, there's just no other way. It has to work. Really important.
So panel, trust. What else would you like to add to the list for the next 2 years? Roland?
Yeah, no, I think everything which was said is obviously true and very important. But I think we should also consider giving this discussion a completely different twist, and which is asking ourselves, so why are those people outside, whoever this is, so reluctant to share their health data, make use of their health data and so forth? And I think it's partially also our fault, because we were not able so far to actually demonstrate and to make very clear what are the benefits and the chances for each and every single individual citizen in order, when it comes to sharing your data, not for somebody else, but for my own purposes. So I think I would slightly disagree with that we don't have a culture for data sharing in Germany. I think we do have an extensive culture for data sharing in each and every single field, except for health data. And the reason for this is, I think, that people don't quite understand, and that's our fault, because we have to bring it to the citizens to actually demonstrate, to show them what they can do with their little piece of health app on their cell phone if they only were able to access their data, to share their data, to make benefit of their data. And I think that has to be to come first. So yes, of course, we need also bold laws which actually enable us to get to a point where we can demonstrate this. So it's a question of what is coming first. But I think it has to come hand in hand. And yes, of course, in the end, people will only use it if they think it's beneficial for them. The user experience with the health app will be very important. So I want every single citizen, like in 10 years from now in Germany, wake up in the morning and not checking whatever social app, but checking the health app and seeing what can I do fantastically well today and how can I best benefit in terms of improving, my health status over the daytime.
It's a brilliant point, and it kind of goes back to where we began the discussion. I think you summarized it so well, of look, many of the things that we outlined are like potential possibilities, and when we want to outline to people, okay, here's how it's impacted you right now, it's sometimes more difficult for us, as maybe as scientists, as policymakers, and less communicators, to tell people, right, here's what it does, here's what it's done for you. Ariel?
So let me just say I agree with all this. And to make a separate point, we need new legislation. We need new legislative authority, and it needs to make sense for the types of products that we have today, not the types of products we had 10 or 20 or 30 years ago. In the United States, it's even worse, actually, the way we regulate AI that meets the definition of a medical device is based on an act of the US Congress from 1976. Yeah, think about that for a moment. And we actually had something called the Software Pre-Certification Pilot Program in the United States to think about new ways to regulate software as a medical device. That included, but not limited to, AI and ML products and algorithms. That pilot project concluded last September. And if you actually read the statement about why that project concluded, it was effectively because the FDA did not have new legislative authority to do what it wanted to do, to actually thoughtfully regulate these types of products. And I think, so I see some former colleagues from the Health Innovation Hub here. I think for me it was a tremendous vindication of the work that happened with the Digital Healthcare Act in Germany and various other pieces of legislation, because new legislative authority was actually created that allowed us to do things that wouldn't have otherwise been possible. But in the United States, really, the pre-cert program, it was very well intentioned. It was, let's think about a dynamic, a fit-for-purpose, and a very 21st century way of regulating software as a medical device. And the FDA concluded that it didn't actually, under current statute, have the ability to ask for the types of data it would need to do its job well. So on the policy side, my message and my really plea to everyone in this room is to let's have a conversation among stakeholders. It's very important. I hope very quickly, Minister Lauterbach and colleagues are able to put together new legislation, but engage with the policy-making process. And for the companies and for the policymakers, I hope you're chatting with one another. For the academic researchers, please take a seat at the table. But I think this is a vitally important time for us to have a very multidisciplinary conversation about this, and we need new legislative authority. And by the way, it's not just at this sort of early stage in the pipeline. We need to think about it at the stage of regulation as well. So actually commercializing AI is, it's one thing to do really extraordinary research in university labs. It's another thing to do a very cool proof of concept at the Charité. I was at the Digital Health Accelerator event a couple of weeks ago. Very exciting things going on. So there are many, many, many steps between a successful pilot project in a university hospital and widespread impact on healthcare delivery and human health. And I think we should also think about what do we need to do, at the level of data sharing and legislation, but also on the regulatory side. We, in the United States, we certainly have a lot of work ahead of us, but I would say in Europe as well. So I think legislation, but legislation at various places and informed by conversations with people like those in this room.
Thank you so much. So trust, demonstrable benefits, legislation. We've had many examples through the discussion today of how what we're doing, what we're able to do, is guided by instructions that are created for another world. Tarek, I'm going to ask you to come in with your kind of priority for the next 2 years. But audience, Elena's out there, and after Tarek's remarks, I'll have a question here. So Tarek.
Sure. I don't have much to add, actually. So maybe just to riff on Elena's point on trust, I actually find there's a philosopher, Onara O'Neill, who talks more about trustworthiness rather than trust. And I find that framing much more helpful because it's a bit more practical. So trustworthiness is a property that individuals, institutions, and systems should demonstrate. So in the kind of health sense, trustworthiness has 3 dimensions. The first one is the thing doing what it said it's going to do? Is it competent, right? Is it actually behaving the way it said it's going to behave? The second thing, is it complying with the rules and regulations that everyone has agreed? And thirdly, is it operating in a way that matches social expectations? That's sort of paraphrasing Onara O'Neill a bit, but these are verifiable properties that can be demonstrated by entities. So I think more about trustworthiness. And maybe just to touch on the evaluation side of things, this always strikes me as funny about the world of health and medicine. So I'm not a health medic person. I'm a mathematician, statistician, economist by training. So I'm sort of in foreign waters here. But the fact that when you look at the number of clinical RCTs that have been done on AI systems, like you can count them on maybe like 2 sets of hands, right? There's like fewer than 30 of them. And this is the field that like invented the bloody RCT, right? You have these tools for evaluating clinical interventions and then they're just not used. So what I really hope what will happen is, we stop treating artificial intelligence-based clinical interventions as this sort of weird magical thing and just sort of integrate them into the way we've thought about healthcare in the past and start, looking at clinically validated needs and evaluating what works and what doesn't.
Thank you, Tarek. It's a great point. And I love that you mentioned RCTs because I remember in my previous role at the Lancet just saying, like, if you do one, it will get published because there are so few. So let's just do it. If you want a publication, it's such a great point. So I'm going to put that as like misaligned benefits, right? But I noticed that so far in the panel, we haven't had any technical problems raised, nor problems about reimbursement. So we're going to go to our audience question. Please introduce yourself to the group and put your question to the panel.
Tim Hubbard, King's College London, Genomics.
Just a second. Can we get the roving mic on, please?
It's not turned on, that's right.
Yeah.
Right. Tim Hubbard, King's College London, Genomics England, and Health Data Research UK. So I want to ask about the word sharing, because in the UK we are moving away from using that word because it's too ambiguous. So there's been a lot of talk about biobank. That data is distributed. It's under consent, volunteers, and you can move it around the world. In the NHS, we're now formally changing our policy to use the word access. And that means the data doesn't move. It stays inside secure environments. If you want to do research, you have to come and work inside those environments. That's also something that's being discussed at the European health data space. And if you say that to patients, make that distinction, people are much more comfortable if they know their data hasn't gone somewhere else. So what do people think about changing the language we're using to help with the issues of trust?
Okay, it's a great example. Thank you, Tim. So I think this may be one of the reasons that if we look back 2-3 years ago, we may have been talking about technical problems, and in fact, the debate's moved on slightly. Elena, you want to come in on this?
Thank you it's a wonderful point, and the federated approach is something that is used across Germany as well, of course. But the point that you make about communication is obviously the most important one. I do want to say one thing, just so you don't come away from this meeting with the impression that there was this ethicist who said data protection or sort of be careful with data isn't important. That's not the point. We have both the technical solutions, which is why it's interesting that it's not coming up, because we have so many technical solutions. There's the federated approach. We have all these. I've only slept 3 hours. Wie sagt man denn Verschlüsselung? Thank you. That's a great room to ask that question, right?
Add it to the glossary.
Sorry, I'm really a little tired. So there's so much that we can technically do. That's not the problem anymore. The problem is, of course, that it's very hard to put that into images and stories that make it understandable. I know the UK is brilliant about that. That's what I said when you go to UK data-rich medicine meetings, to say it very broadly. Communication is always very high up on the agenda, whereas if you go, and no offense, but if you go to German meetings, usually it's the very last point. And I made that joke to some of the people who wrote the digital strategy of the health ministry, saying, this is a great paper, but look where you find communication. It's in the back. And we can't afford that. Because we've solved the technical stuff and we have the high standards. I'm not worried about us in Germany to fall down and sort of have low standards of protection and security. That's not going to happen. But what we're really bad at is the trust and trustworthiness, sort of, those two go together. That aspect. And that, I think, is something, and you made that really important point, that can only be solved in an interdisciplinary way. So I think there's ways to go.
I know we have another question, but just before we move on, I'm going to ask, one of the things that came up in the UK, despite the discussion about where data was, is, will my data be sold? So what will the health system do with this data? And if it's shared with a commercial company to develop products, do we benefit the product? So I wondered, this is another thing, this idea of like reimbursement or payment, which is prevalent in the public debate but hasn't come up. Ariel, is this something that comes up in the US? Have you any thoughts on this?
I don't think we have time for the full so it does. I think the attitudes are quite different. I think several people expressed sort of reticency to talk about data ownership, because I don't think that's what we're here to talk about. And I think we talk about it in healthcare as if it's different from everywhere else in the world. Countless products elsewhere in the world were built off of data from consumers in other contexts, and I think it's it's a bit beside the point. I think we need to talk more about data governance and data stewardship and have thoughtful conversations about that. But what we want is not for very exclusive, specific access of data to be so commercializable in the first place. But it's a much stickier ethical conversation, I think.
Very short point from an ethical point of view. We said something on that in our 2017 opinion, that whatever the ownership question, which is a complicated one, if it's data that has come to some
Sorry. Just a moment.
The battery has probably run out.
Yeah.
Just very briefly, if it comes from us as the public, it's impossible ethically.
Thank you.
To allow anything that would amount to exclusive access to that data by any actor, and certainly not a commercial one. So on the other hand, of course, public goods are also produced by commercial actors. That's another conversation that needs to be had. Most of us know that the big breakthroughs in medicine are in shared arrangements. And so that also needs to be part of that conversation. So again, there is so much communication to be done, but there are some clear lines that can't be crossed. So it cannot be, and it should never happen, that whatever individual actor, but certainly not commercial actors, can take data and have exclusive use. And we know that that happens in other sectors. And that's a very interesting thing. Who said that before? That we discuss health very specifically, and it's sort of set aside. You said that, right, Roland? Yeah. That's very bizarre. So I think we need to open that conversation up quite a bit more.
Yeah, I think Tim's point is a very good one. And I think it's not so much about the wording, because we do have different regulations in place for data access and data sharing and so forth. So it's well distinguished also in our regulatory system. But I would just like to add that it also has a technical aspect, because we have all the, a wide variety of technical solutions if it comes to bring together data for whatever purpose. It can be accessing data, which is staying where it is, so it's only being remotely accessed, up to the very other extreme where everything is being sucked into a central data platform and being used. And there's no good or no bad, or no, because there are different applications which will be requiring one or the other solution. And of course, from a trust point of view, the data access model is probably much more accessible and also explainable to the citizens out there. And I think it's fair enough to put a lot of effort into this, in particular in the German system, where we had more like a data collection, data platform kind of perspective, where institutions would come together and bring together the health data, which is important, very important. But I think now with the new regulations coming up in the European health data space, we have to also offer opportunities to our citizens to access their health data, which they cannot, because that's a very bizarre situation which we are discussing about the potential dangers of sharing data. Nobody can share health data at scale in Germany, at least. But hopefully in the not too far future. But then the question is, how can we build a system which is usable, which demonstrates the added value, and of course is trustworthy. And yeah, we have to navigate in the space between the centralized, purely centralized, and the purely federated system.
Thank you, Roland. Let's go back to our question in the audience. If you could introduce yourself and give us your question.
So, Stephen Gilbert, Technische University at Dresden, and BMBF Project Path. So, first part is, do I dare ask a question on opt-out and consent in this audience? And I'm going to dare. It's a question primarily for Elena and Tariq. So we have a situation where the UK Biobank is held up as an example, but clearly acknowledged to be based on consent. And then a discussion of whether consent of individual consent should move towards society consent at a social order, a social contract based on a society level. Is the real solution here not to look to the UK Biobank 4.0, look a little bit like where Apple is positioning their positioning on consent and data usage, and actually to really facilitate participation, make trust bi-directional trust the public a little bit, not just say to the public, our systems are trustworthy, the technical depersonalization problems are solved, which they are not, and instead bring the public in a direction of trust in bi-directions.
Okay, great, thank you. Tariq, I know we have a question there, and then we have two at the front, Alexa.
Sure, so that's a good question. I think the fact that the UK Biobank has come up as an example is totally reasonable, but I don't think the UK Biobank model is the answer to everything. The point around individual versus community-based approaches to data utilization or data benefits is the prompt I was making earlier. I think that is a question to have. On the Apple question, there was an interesting poll done maybe like 9 years ago of the US public around who they trust more with their data. Do you trust the US government with your data, or do you trust tech companies like Microsoft, Google, and Apple? And the result was overwhelmingly in favor of the companies at that point. I mean, maybe the data has changed, but we have to realize that the relationship you have with some of these brands and entities, the fact that I pick up my phone every day and I interact with products and features and benefits that these entities are bringing me, I have a very different relationship with Apple, Google, and whoever than I do with the UK government. So I think it's absolutely right to look at other actors as places for these models. The one specific thing I guess I'm curious about, I don't know enough about this, is the kind of individual kind of health data locker model. So you have Apple's Research Kit, you have the kind of Google version, there's a few other wallets like that. Are you finding sufficient adoption and utilization of these things to become something that is a replacement for large-scale official health record systems? Probably not yet. Are we on a trajectory where that could happen, either in general or through specific studies or for specific purposes? Probably yes. But I'm not going to say I have the answer to that. Curious to hear what you're thinking, Elena.
Other comments from the panel? Yeah, Roland, and then we'll go over to the audience.
No, I didn't.
No? Okay, great. Back to the audience. Thanks, Alexa.
In Bonn, this question to Alena and Roland. Roland, you said we as a community did something wrong, not convincing people outside. And Alena, you said out there, not in this room, we don't have to convince anybody in the room, but out there, there's many people, so society is not ready. Could you two give us 2, 3 of your planned solutions, how you in your practice, in your area are going after that problem? If that's the biggest one, culture, what is your solution?
Okay, Elena, Roland, there's a problem out there and we did something wrong. 2 to 3 solutions, the questioner asked for each of you. Alexa, we've just got the next question here. Elena?
So one of the things that we know is, first of all, it shouldn't sound too arrogant. Obviously, I did say that initially there is a lot of willingness to share data in people, but in health, it seems to be something that is met with a lot of resistance, and as Roland says, that is partly sort of our own fault. One of the things that works best is using doctors. Doctors are great multipliers. Doctors are the ones that still have a lot of innate trust in the doctor-patient relationship. So convincing doctors is very important. And as you all know, that's not an easy feat, right? If you have to convince them of the advances of, say, a digital health record or a patient portal, that's an uphill battle. And there will be some complexities in that process. And that's a euphemism. So I think that's very, very important, nonetheless, to do that and to convince doctors sort of at the highest level as possible to make it their own thing. The other thing is nursing is an under-recognized ally. So the Bavarian Institute of Digital Transformation funds lots of fantastic projects, and they fund one low-hanging fruit, which is an algorithm that might help, or an algorithmic system, a support system that might help nurses cut down on Pflegedokumentation.
Care documentation.
On the ward, where they really need it. And we all know demographic change is coming. We don't have enough nurses. It's going to get a lot worse. So we need every help we can get. And that is an angle that people understand. Because nursing is less controversial in many cases. We're talking research so much, right? And that's often very theoretic. You were pushing us to give sort of concrete examples, but that a nurse wants more time to really work with patients as opposed to standing in front of the computer on the ward doing all this documentation stuff. That's obvious to everyone. So another advice is don't forget about all the other medical staff, but they are your best bet. And then, of course, we do all kinds of communicative stuff, and there are other people who know this much, much better how to do this. But look to the UK, because best practice examples in really, really good communication about data issues usually comes from the UK.
Roland.
Yeah, because, Joachim, I'm very grateful for this question because I think I also want to add yet another aspect. Yes, I fully agree to make nurses and medical doctors actors in this field. That's very important. The other aspect is to put the citizens right into the center of access and sharing of their data and control of their health data. And for doing so, you asked what are we doing exactly and precisely in this respect. We are building a system which is preparing for the European health data space here at the national and transnational system, and where we put the citizen in the center of control and access to his or her data. And there's like a simple app, a data wallet running on your iPhone, and it can access all the data, theoretically at the moment for the moment being, but practically to some extent, so that you can actually control where is my data being used, where is it going to, how can I consent to either others, being a private or public industry, to access this data and to use it for whatever purposes. So I think we really have to work very, very clearly on such approaches where the citizens doesn't feel to be left behind or to be, controlled and regulated by very bold, policies which are being put in place top down. But I think it needs to be complemented by these bottom-up approaches.
Great, thank you so much, Roland. So we have a question here, and then I'm going to push the panel to be succinct in their answers to see if we can get one more here.
All right, thank you for this fantastic panel. My name is Tito Sprinker. I'm from the German Cancer Research Center in Heidelberg. So I'm an academic, and I talk a lot to data protection officers. I do a lot of data science, and everything with data sharing is slow and bureaucratic, and I talk to them, I try to convince them. I'm also a physician, tell them my patients need this technology, and it's still frustrating. And I'm trying to learn from you guys, especially from the internationals, this question: what is different in your country? Is there a law that incentivizes administrative staff to prioritize the patient's interests more? Is there something, because I feel that sometimes this is not the focus of these discussions when I have them, and I think only talking won't change it. So how is this done?
Panel.
Well, obviously, the question goes to those two guys.
Ariel, Tarek?
I mean, I don't think there's a pithy answer, but maybe two things. So one, if every request is like an exception or something odd, then inevitably it's going to take a long time. So even in the UK, if you're asking to do something weird, it takes a while. But there's such a rich culture of sharing data for routine analysis, as it's called, both for operational purposes, and I think that's a really important point. I think there's an entire category of health data use which is just about rationing and optimizing the delivery of healthcare, and for clinical purposes. So how do you target and intervene better? So the fact that there is just a legacy means that there are faster ways of doing a whole bunch of things. There's also then mechanisms in place for doing it. So to Tim's point earlier, this notion of trusted research environments, there are now several trusted research environments where a lot of data are already there, and it's a relatively straightforward process of requesting access to it. So I'm doing this type of analysis. Someone on an access committee will look at the analysis to make sure it's not bananas, and then we'll give you access to the data to go ahead and do it. So I'd say culture and these sorts of structures that are already set up are a couple of ways that make it work better.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's go to the front for the next question.
Jörg Diebertin. I'm a radiologist, former chairman of the Health Innovation Hub, and a co-founder of Honig, a company that tries to make real-world medical data available for research, even in Germany. I have a comment and a suggestion. And the comment really, what resonated with me was your the comment regarding the difference between data donation, i.e. losing control of that data, versus just permitting access to the data, assuming that there is somebody who is actually in charge of governing the data according to laws. And I think that's a very important distinction, and I wish that in Germany we would think a little bit harder about that distinction when it comes to the German healthcare record system. What worries me is that we are going down a path towards secondary data collection, which doubles risk. It doubles cost, by the way, but it also, does not provide what Alina so aptly described, that trust element, i.e. that I have a brake that I could actually pull if I wanted to, and I know that my physician who actually stores this data, he's going to keep an eye on that nothing terrible is going to happen to that data. So I think this is just a suggestion, a comment. The suggestion related to, again, what Alina said, trust is at the basis of everything we do in healthcare. Really, healthcare is trust business. If we want to build trust, we need to show the utility of what we do. And I wonder, we talked about examples, and you were kind enough to ask about them. And I wonder, going back to what Karl Lauterbach suggested, a Helsinki sort of declaration, whether we shouldn't have an addendum with just a list of projects that document the benefit that data have actually contributed today, so that we can all access that. And so if we have these discussions and we go out and we try to change culture, we can all refer to that list of 100 and more sort of projects that very concretely show there wouldn't be mRNA vaccination if we didn't have data. There wouldn't be, a lot of other insights. There wouldn't be BRCA analysis for women with increased risk of breast cancer. So it's that kind of list, I think, that we would need, and I think it would be a nice addition to that.
It's a brilliant suggestion, super brief.
2 sentences. One is, that's an amazing idea. I do that personally for my talks, so let's keep in touch. Everybody needs that. And the second is a very, very short answer, and it's covering an enormous debate. We need a shift from classic data protection to data safety. That's what many people in the room here work on, but that is sort of the shift that you need for what you describe, pretty much.
So brilliant question to finish on. Now, I'm also going to invite you all to add your experiences, add your project to the Wall of Berlin, which is being co-created in the adjacent room. We're about to move to a refreshing networking coffee break, and I'm sure everyone's ready for a cold drink. Please, would you join me in thanking the panel? Now, just to let you all know that the program here in the main hall is going to resume at 12, where we're going to discuss data use and data sharing here in the main hall. And Alexa?
That's right, and I think some insights of this conversation to the next one. I can promise you that we are going to talk about incentives and things like that in the next panel. At the same time, we have 6 barcamps starting in the Verpackungshalle, which is right here next to this room, at 12. And I'd like to show you your hosts. Can the hosts of the barcamps please stand up and show them? Maybe raise a hand. Yeah, just stand up quickly so that people can see you. Okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't take your question, but you have the opportunity to talk to all the panelists afterwards. Okay, so 6 barcamps are starting at 12 for topics and further information. You can scan the QR code and check the website. And who is going to attend these barcamps? Do you intend to attend the barcamps? Maybe just raise your hand quickly so that we can see how many people are coming. Great, thank you very much. That was just a quick check. So thank you so much for this very, very interesting panel and sharing these insights. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Return refreshed. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you feel refreshed and I hope you feel in the right place as we are going to talk about data use and data sharing for AI development right now on this stage. But we have 6 barcamps taking place in the next hall, the Verpackungshalle. So we won't be, well, we don't take it personal if you disappear, but we like to see you engaging with our topic and asking or coming up with your specific questions at the end. So we'd like to give you an overview of data sharing platforms and tools right now and discuss how data or create data sharing initiatives and standards. To introduce us to that topic, I'd like to ask Lena Meyer-Hein. She's the division head at the German Cancer Research Center and Director National Center for Tumor Diseases Heidelberg, to show us what the DFKZ is working on in this field. Thank you for being here, Lena Meyer-Hein.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Thanks for inviting me, Karl Lauterbach and his team. I have to say I'm very, very glad to have a health minister who's knowledgeable in both healthcare and science, because I really think we have to think these two together. All right, I want to use this very short keynote to make 3 points, and I want to do so by means of this publication that I found personally very interesting. I mean, we've all experienced the onset of the pandemic, all the rapid research that was conducted, and a lot of researchers actually investigated detecting COVID-19 from chest X-ray data. So you see on the x-axis there a lot of publications, and the colored bars represent the data sets that they used. Now, what was the problem here? The two of the most popular data sets were the yellow and the blue one, and sometimes they were even used exclusively. Now, if you look behind the scenes, you see that one of them comprises only children and one of them comprises only adults. And that is catastrophic, because basically it means that an algorithm only needs to distinguish adults from children in order to achieve perfect performance. Now, you may say, well, this is too obvious to be true, but, well, first of all, it happened at scale. And second of all, I think we have a huge confounded problem, actually, in the field. So we have seen neural networks that leveraged skin markings, that leveraged cables in the data, anything that is not actually a manifestation of the disease and thus leads to overestimation of algorithm performance. And we have to be aware, and this holds especially probably for imaging and video data, that neural networks are very subtle to anything, really. So they can reconstruct the device, the protocol, even the caregiver who annotated the data. And this then can lead to flaws. So one point I want to make is that really, when we discuss data, we have to think the metadata along with it. And then, of course, a very related topic is that of validation in general, right? Because in this case here, the problem really was the cross-sectional studies, no external validation performed. So what I think is that we have a huge general AI validation problem in health. And it concerns many aspects, so I want to give you a second example, unpublished result, but I think it's very exciting. So what you see here is actually an algorithm that, according to current validation schemes, is basically achieves state-of-the-art performance, expert radiologist performance. Now, I can tell you, if we applied this algorithm that beat all its competitors in international competitions to our cohort, it would actually miss one-third of cases of disease progression. How is that possible? Well, it was trained to detect as many tumor pixels as possible. But what happened was it actually missed the tiny lesions, the clinically most relevant ones. And it didn't show because these were only a few pixels. They were basically noise in the way the algorithms were validated. And I can tell you, this validation scheme is applied at scale. Thousands of groups have applied it. So what I think is that we really need to reconsider validation standards. And I think we have to do this in a multidisciplinary manner, top-down. One example is what we call the Metrics Reloaded Consortium, of course, inspired by the Matrix series, in case you know it. And here we gathered basically thought leaders from academia, but also from industry, and from various different disciplines, from epidemiology to AI, radiology, to basically develop a framework to select metrics that reflect the domain interest. And I think we need much more of such initiatives also when we talk about data. And then, of course, validation requires a lot of data. That's the elephant in the room. And we have a lack of data. You see here, for example, that all the groups leverage basically the same data sets. So when we discuss data sparsity, the two aspects that are often mentioned first are regulatory issues, consent. And I want to introduce one tool that we leverage quite a bit in Heidelberg, actually. So it's called federated learning. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. The beauty here is that you basically can leave the data in the hospitals, and then instead you take the algorithms to the data and learn from the data in a federated fashion. So in Heidelberg, we have basically started exploring this as part of the German Cancer Consortium. But excitingly now, we had the opportunity to roll it out. So we have now connected all the university clinics in all of Germany. And what I find very interesting about this is that we already have 14,000 CT scans in the database. So for some of you, this may sound not so much, but if I compare this to previous projects that were more, let's say, technology-driven, it is quite a bit. And I think one of the reasons is that the clinicians were very heavily involved, both financially and in the governance structures. So really, I think we have to talk a lot about incentives overall when it comes to data sharing. Now, finally, last slide. Sometimes I get the impression when I talk to people that people perceive the methods to be there, the neural networks, and the data to be there. Now, all we have to do is build that bridge by removing regulatory hurdles, by giving incentives. And I think that's only actually part of the problem. And I can maybe share my perspective on this. Oh, sorry, I forgot this slide. This is actually an interesting aspect that I also wanted to share with you. I learned it from my colleague Olli Stegler, who's a genomics expert. So I learned that, talking about incentives, that in the genomics community, people are requested to put all their data in a public archive with controlled access. And it works. People share their data because basically they have to in order to get their publication out. And I think that we've talked in the previous panel discussion a lot about the patients and their incentives, but I think often the patients are not even the problem. It's often the researchers or other stakeholders that are the problems. And here, really, regulation did the job. And now, in this project, this whole concept is rolled out even to routine clinical data, which I think is a very important step. And again, it shows that thinking research and healthcare together makes a difference. So again, now really the last slide, I promise. I'm a surgical data scientist because it has been shown that death within 30 days after surgery is actually the third leading contributor to death worldwide. So there's a lot to gain for the patient, so basically for all of us. But the problem is that the data is not there. So for example, I work a lot with video data, but the video data is not even stored right now. And even if it was stored, it would not be annotated. It would be what we call dark data. Well, you can say, what about the OR reports? Of course, they are there. But if you look at them, you can have a specific kind of intervention. And you have a surgery that lasts 30 minutes and one that lasts 6 hours. And the OR reports have the same length. So very obviously, there's something missing there, right? So in this consortium of many thought leaders in the field, we looked into the issues and all the hurdles that we have to overcome in order to roll out surgical data science. And we found actually a lot of stakeholders that are relevant for us. And we found, for example, the companies to be really relevant. In Germany, for instance, we have a vendor lock-in. So the vendors are not really interested in opening up their interfaces in enabling data export according to standards, because this is how they bind their customers, right? I think it's a huge problem. And basically, if I had one wish to the health minister, who's not yet here, it would be really to prioritize this topic, to go away from the billing-centric systems towards patient-centric systems that really enable us to capture the whole patient journey according to FAIR principles. And yeah, I know it's a big wish, but maybe we can discuss further along these lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lennart, for giving us this short introduction. You stay with me, take a seat, and I'd like to announce our other panelists. It's Fruzina Molnár-Gábor, Professor of International Medical and Data Protection Law and member of the European Group on Ethics and Science and New Technologies. Welcome, Fruzina. You're here, welcome. And you can have a seat as well. We are sitting right now and talking together. So, and Thorsten Schlomm, the Director, Department of Urology at Charité and founder of the patient-centered DNA Med data sharing network, aiming to navigate healthcare with collective patient experience. Welcome, you three, to this panel. Unfortunately, the other two didn't make it. So we hope for Professor Schneeweiss to be in the next panel because he's delayed. So we are just the four of us, and I'm very happy to have you here. So let's see what the others do. After Lena gave us an introduction of what the DFKZ is doing in Heidelberg, let's see what you are doing. How do you envision the role of artificial intelligence in transforming healthcare and medical research, Fruzina, from your point of view?
Yes, thank you very much. I think that artificial intelligence is a blueprint for the translational medicine that has been here mentioned, the translation of research results into clinical settings and also the other way around. And I think that we need much more demonstrators in order to underline this perception. And for this, of course, data sharing is crucial, and the provision of data, data submission and data availability. And from a legal perspective, and maybe an ethical perspective also, I think we need more thinking about how to realize the FAIR principles, not just from a technological, but also from an ethical, legal, or maybe globally normative perspective. Mm-hmm. What does that mean in this changing setup where doctors and patients, researchers and patients don't need to interact directly? It becomes a dynamic relationship. It's not just a one-time singular communication where we have different kind of purposes of data processing that merge together, that are not yet separate or will not be separate, where we have different kind of interest positions, where patients also have a strong interest not just in their privacy, but also in sharing the data and analyzing the data, and where we have a emerging public interest that is a legitimacy and a justification for data sharing. So whenever now new spaces and data sets are developed and compiled, such as in the European health data space, I think we need to think this normative fitting of fairness. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to hear more about this dynamic process, and Lena already mentioned the incentives. We are going to go into there. But Thorsten, from your point of view, how do you envision the role of AI?
Actually, I would like to take over a little bit the role of the patient and doctor advocate, because these perspectives are a little bit missing here today. And I'd like to start with a short question to all of you. If you are going on a road trip, let's say you drive from Heidelberg to this specific place, would you go with a paper map, with a written paper map? Probably you have to go to the gas station and have to buy one or two and a map of Berlin. Or would you just switch your cell phone, switch on Google Maps, type in this location, and then it's going? So who would opt for this one here?
Let's see.
Debatin is the only one? Okay.
I do use that. So I still have that in my car because sometimes you're out of battery.
But in the case of a nuclear bomb, sometimes. And who would go by Google Maps? So it's the rest, so it's all of you. And the reasons are quite clear. Google Maps is very comfortable. So Google Maps give you real-time updates on roadblocks, on traffic jams. And Google Maps allows for, this is what's missing here, is swarm intelligence. So you can learn from the mistakes of all the others, because Google Maps is function because Google Maps knows where I am. So they track me by GPS signal. And of course, everybody else using Google Maps is tracked by Google. And then I have a swarm intelligence of thousands of millions of people using the system. And there are probably a couple of hundreds on my route, on my street. And then I can see there's a roadblock and I don't have to make the same mistake. So this is what makes Google Maps so good for the people, is the swarm intelligence. And that's missing in healthcare. In healthcare, we mainly using paper maps because we have static knowledge. Our so-called evidence-based medicine is only 3 pillars. One is published clinical trials, which are outdated years before publishing, and the personal experience of your doctor, which is more or less good. And nobody uses the swarm intelligence of all the millions of cancer patients, for example, who are in your same situation like the people using Google Maps. And we don't use this information about from the patients, about their specific disease. And we had the example already in rare diseases. We have rarer and rarer tumors by the implementing of genome sequencing. We have very small tumor entities defined by singular gene mutations. And we need examples that we have, let's say, 3 or 4. They had exactly the situation, and I want to know how they are performed under certain medications.
Let's see if we can find some examples in this room. But you mentioned, Lena, one of the reasons for that, why we are not using these models right now in a proper way, and that was a lack of data. Would you agree that we face a lack of data? Would you agree on that one?
Not so completely, but we have a lot of data. We have data silos. At the Charité, we have data from hundreds of thousands of patients. But what do we have in the electronic health records? We have, let's say, for our cancer surgeries, we have 5-day hospital stay, and I have a perfect line of blood pressure, heartbeat, and bowel movements for 5 days. But I have no information what happens with the patient before he came to the hospital, and I don't have information what happens with the patient after discharging. And the dimension of data we need for such swarm intelligent Google Maps approaches are self-assessment, of course, of the patients. How do I feel? How do I perform? This is not in the records because this is self-assessment, and we don't even have fields in our electronic health records for this.
But how do we better access the data then? Roland from the panel before mentioned that maybe we should not only talk about data sharing, but data accessing in the future. So how can we overcome this obstacle of not having the data or not having it collected and in the right spot?
I think we need to bring the patients in the driver's seat. A patient who has a benefit. I have a benefit by using Google Maps. It's completely obvious. And if I give a patient a really immediate benefit, I enter my data and I will get feedback immediately. Like we do it with a traffic light, green, red, and orange color. If you get a green feedback, everything is okay. If it's red, something is wrong. And this is what patients want to have. They want immediate feedback on the data. So for me, it's a romantic fairy tale to believe this data donation thing. So patients donate data, of course, but not the data we want. And the data which are in the data silos are not usable. They are not interconnected. There are a lot of little data silos. And what we need is the experience of the patients. And every patient do have the whole experience of his, let's say, cancer history in his mind or her mind. And they can write it down. They don't need to write it down. We have now a system where the patients can easily upload the scans of their reports. Then we have a team analyzing this data, extracting all the relevant information. And then we have it in the ECRF-like back-end database. And this database is constantly screening the patient's data of the patients are eligible for clinical trials. There are a lot of clinical trials, and clinical trials are a lifesaver for patients nowadays. And they are eligible for genome sequencing. And this is a benefit. So it's a 24/7 insurance that the experts from the cancer center are review the data, and there's nothing missing. And this is such a high benefit that patients are willing to enter the data. Mm-hmm. And if you ask for data protection, Germany, I think, has a good data protection framework, but we don't use it right. A patient can upload data. I have an Instagram account. I give complete patient histories with photos of genitals in my official Insta account. Everybody can see it. Please help me. Here's my address, my cell phone number. Please help me. Yeah. So if you self-enter your data in the system, of course, we need to protect the data, that the data are safe. But patients can do with the data what they want. It's the same as Google. You don't need to use Google. But if you want to have the benefits of Google Maps, you have to use it and you get the benefits.
Virginia and Lena both like to react on that. Virginia first, please.
I felt very inclined just to jump in about the role of data protection, because I think it's often misunderstood. I mean, of course, data protection is there to protect the data and also those to whom the data belongs. But I think it's mainly about the definition of how we are able to deal with data. We have competing interests, of course, in the data sharing and privacy, and they need to be balanced. And what data protection law actually does is not only saying how do we protect patients, but it says under this protection that is necessary, how can we process data, what are we able to do with it? And to translate and to transfer this understanding into technological setup, into infrastructures, into rights of those who would like to access the data, but also protective measures, I think, is a crucial point. So actually the technological transformation of all this kind of ethical and legal framework that we have in the law is a crucial step and is often, coming a bit short.
Yeah, let's hear afterwards what's technically possible already, but Lena first.
I just wanted to comment on the data access question that you had, because I think we have to distinguish different data types. I agree that, of course, a lot of clinical data is available, lab data is available, imaging data is available, but there's also other data sets that are not available, that are not even stored. I can give you an example that really excited me. So I talked to a colleague, again, unpublished, I talked to a colleague in UCL, a surgeon, and he told me that they observed, after prostate surgery, robotic surgery, they observed a specific surgeon who had much better outcomes, especially regarding incontinence. And they basically analyzed the data that is normally captured, and they didn't find out the reason. Operation times were similar, so you can just say, well, that's experience. But then the question is, what characterizes that experience, right? So then what they did, is they actually looked at the video. They had actually recorded the data, and they subdivided the surgical video data. We talk about hours of surgery, right? They subdivided that into surgical phases. And all of a sudden, they realized that this expert surgeon had a phase in the surgery in which he operated much longer than anyone else. And then they started looking into this specific phase of the surgery, and they prospectively changed the way they operated. I think right now they have about 50 cases, and they basically the rate of incontinence went down from, don't name me down on the numbers, but something like 70 to 30, or it was really crazy.
And why did they change, and what did they change?
They changed because they saw basically, so they subdivided the video data into phases, right? And then this way they made all the video data comparable, and they saw, on average, the expert surgeon takes, I don't remember the exact amount of the minutes, but a much longer time compared to anyone else. So they looked into this snippet, what is he actually doing, which kind of technique, and then all the other surgeons adapted the technique and improved their outcome.
All right, okay. You basically, or mainly work with images or surgical images, right? What are the key challenges in generating and using data for AI-driven surgical implementation?
Yeah, I think we have to classify the data that we need. So I think if you want to do surgical data science properly, you actually want to have all the data that you can get, right? Because comorbidities are important, but also what's happening during surgery is important. And we can start with the problem that some of the data is not even acquired yet. So for example, in surgery, the team dynamics are important. And there's a lot that is happening by sensing, palpation, for example. We have no recordings of the palpation of a tumor, just a random example. So here, data is not even acquired. Then the next step is data is not stored. I mean, we do acquire the video data, but we don't store it. And even if we store data, we don't annotate it. We don't have the resources to annotate it. So all this data remains what we call dark data. So we don't leverage the potential. So for me, the data annotation and access, the prospective acquisition would be key.
Yeah, and the question is, how can we access this data and how can we leverage
Okay, so I mean, obviously we need investments into data storage, for example, so that we can actually store the video. Then for me, a big thing really is the vendor lock-in. So there's a lot of systems that just don't allow you to export the data. I know there's regulatory concerns with this, but you can comment on it. But from my perspective, the AI perspective, I really wish every vendor had a mechanism or actually was forced to export, offer the ability to export the data in a structured format. And then the next step is then, of course, the semantic interoperability, because if we don't speak the same language, it's very, very hard to link the data sets.
How can law and regulatory affairs contribute to overcome these obstacles? What can you do?
Yes, I think there are several possibilities that are already actually, well, a bit hidden maybe in some laws, but that are also regulatory concepts that could be applied and have not yet been used. We do see a very strong harmonization effort from the European Union, for instance, both on the technical and on the normative side, which is good. It takes member states, of course, to adapt to this situation and to implement any kind of new laws. That's on a very high regulatory level. But we also do have many, many bottom-up approaches in regulation, which means that stakeholders and those who are actually dealing with the data and are knowledgeable about how to process can be involved in creating laws, such as the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, which is a binding, directly binding law in the EU, and with that also in Germany, directly applicable, gives the possibility to create codes of conduct, which are concretized rules of data processing, and where stakeholders who are involved in a certain sector, let's say health or health research, can be involved to create those rules. And there are exact procedures defining how such rules can become binding law officially by authorizing it through the supervisory authorities and even on an EU level by the EU Commission. And I do think that a very crucial issue is international data sharing again, which, is somehow also an elephant in the room, where we still need some concepts to make not just data formats talk with each other, but different regulations talk with each other. We have now the development of the new EU-US privacy framework and data protection framework, which is in the process of being accepted and adopted by the EU Commission as essentially equal protection through new rules in the US with the level of protection in the EU, which after a certain phase might be found to be differently approached by the Court of Justice of the EU, as we have seen in Schrems cases 1 and 2. But I do think that we need stronger effort to acknowledge privacy efforts in third countries such as the US. And to create a framework for seamless data transfers for research.
So there are several laws in place, and there are techniques and technology in place that makes this possible already. What do we need to do to harmonize laws, and what are the main issues we need to harmonize?
Mm-hmm. I think that there is little standardization with regard to comparable data processing, such as in healthcare or research settings. Of course, every case of data processing is singular, it's individual, and to provide for legal, ethical, normative fairness, we need to look into these cases and look into how we apply the law, what is allowed, how am I able to deal with the data. But I do think that there are specific setups and situations where this weighing of interest is comparable, like in cancer research, when it comes to extreme or AI. And I do think that there should be mid-level rules that somehow harmonize these standardized approaches so that it's not up to those applying the law and then in the control to each and every supervisory authority to look into every individual case and look into this legal weighing of competing interest positions and arrive at a decision. I think that there is a possibility to harmonize this decision-making and to fasten processes. And as mentioned in the introduction, I do think we need a different technology understanding, technology as the implementation of the law. I think that needs to become stronger. And then we have that transformed into automated processes and It relieves this thinking of every time approaching situations newly and trying to apply the law that is mostly vague for good reasons.
Yeah, from a practical point of view, Thorsten, you opened the image at the beginning for maybe how it could look like to interact with the patient and give him the opportunity to be the master of his data. From a practical point of view, what do you think are the main issues dealing with, I call it the fear of regulations and law at the moment? Is that something you need to discuss?
Of course, I think first, for the patient, it's a kind of black box. So my data are somewhere, and who is using the data? And I think the immediate benefit for the patient is not obvious. Yeah. Of course, they're supporting research, but if you ask people, you use Google Maps, but not for you, but only for others, nobody would do it probably, or only a few people would do it, like Wikipedia. And I think, therefore, we need to bring a clear benefit and communicate this benefit. And this necessarily don't need to be a global or a national system. So I'm a surgeon, and surgeons are very pragmatic. So if I have a bleeding, I have to do something. It's not good to talk about it. You have to do something. So. And I think we have to start somewhere. We have to start with small projects. We have to bring use cases to demonstrate the benefit of the data for the patients. And then you can think about to bring this all together. And I think we don't need a national central system. We can use federal systems. We did see, probably also in your presentation, in the GHDA. There are a lot of very good, beneficial, small activities for the patients, mostly initiated by the patients, and we need to do something. We have to show the benefit of the data, and then we can take the big picture.
Frugina and then Lena, because you talked about the incentives as well. So Frugina first.
Yes, I just wanted to connect to what Thorsten just said with regard to transparency. I think in any system, be it centralized or decentralized, transparency is a huge issue, and I would identify that as a key principle in any kind of data sharing, because patients cannot be empowered if we don't have transparency about what's happening with their data. You don't have any tools and means to implement their rights. How am I able to enforce my right to be forgotten or erasure or whatever if I don't know that there is a data processing that might be relevant from this perspective? And I do agree with Thorsten that there are many smaller initiatives in a federated setup way, such as the German Human Genome Archive, where we are creating an infrastructure with the involvement of different centers, including Berlin and Heidelberg, to share omics data for scientific research. Different nodes are connected in Germany. It's also set up in a federated way and is working quite well. And I think it's important to bind in all these emerging infrastructures than in any kind of national setup.
And the European health data space is being installed right now. Let's quickly talk about how that could add a value to it. But first, the question for you, Lena, because you mentioned the incentives as well. How could these incentives to share data look like?
Yeah, I think we talk a lot about patient incentives, but from my perception, often it's not only the patients that are not willing to share the data. Interestingly, so I've also been editor of the journal Nature Scientific Data. And right now we have a collection running for medical data. And it turns out that now a lot of people are actually contributing their data sets. And according to conversations, they wouldn't have done so without this publication.
Okay.
So this was not a patient consent issue. It was an incentive on the part of the researchers. I find this very interesting. Similarly, by the way, also speaking as an editor now, a lot of the researchers had concerns. They always wanted to have a license that would prohibit companies to use the data. But that's not the policy of Nature Scientific Data. And so in the end, they still published it, because otherwise they couldn't have published at all. So this shows that sometimes regulation and incentives really makes a difference also on the part of the researchers, which I think we shouldn't forget. And I really like that concept of the GHGH, but the general genomics community, where they have this public archive, and you just really more than encouraged to put your data there, because otherwise you have very small chances of publishing. And I think we should probably go a little bit also in the direction of regulation from also the funder's side. So if you write a grant proposal, I think researchers should be actually enforced to put their data there, of course, given the consent of the patients. But like I said before, I think that's only part of the game.
And is that possible to force the contributors to put their data from a law perspective?
Well, yeah, probably the term force is a bit...
Yes, that was not a smart one.
No, I just want to avoid that it's misleading, but I do think that there is a very strong public interest in providing better access to those data and to better also share know-how with regard to technology development and, for instance, software development. And of course, if there are patients who are ready to share their data as a community, as even affected individuals, there is, of course, this perspective of fair exchange. What do we get back as individuals, as group, as a society for that provided exchange? I mean, it's about value generation, and I don't think we are entirely aware of where this value generation within data processing really happens. So in order to be able to better assess that and to yes, fair exchange, I think is appropriate formulation to provide that then to those affected and also to society is a very crucial perspective with that regard.
Let's talk about platforms and spaces where we could share data in a trustworthy and a transparent way. And the European health data space is one of these platforms who's being installed right now. What are people trying to work on? What are the main obstacles for getting it in place and run it?
Phew, how many minutes do I have?
Well,
okay, just very comprehensively. I think that the idea is great. We have an emerging federated system in the EU for healthcare and research purposes to connect data spaces within member states and to enable data access and data sharing within the EU, and also to open the door towards international partners for their data sharing. It is a regulation that is in a draft version that is now guiding this implementation and development of the infrastructure. It's not yet implemented. There are several discussions about it, and while I do think it is a fantastic way forward, there are bits and pieces that could be better tweaked. I would like to just give 3 examples. There is a prescription that data should be mainly processed in an anonymized format. And of course, if an anonymized analysis of the data will not contribute to reaching the healthcare or research purposes, I think it's in the research setup, then it could be pseudonymized and so on. And my question is then to the regulator, if we are moving in a secure data space that is constructed in a way that is compliant with European data protection law, and possibly also in the national implementation with national member state laws, do we really need to say we are only allowing anonymized data processing per se? Because it really hinders different kind of transnational making use of data and results, drawing back findings to patients and so on, making use of them for diagnosis therapies. We are within a data protection setup that is compliant with EU law. That's how it's created. So I have the feeling it's a double protection by then prescribing, but only in an anonymized way as a main rule. Then there are the international partners. International data spaces can be connected to the European health data space, and this is decided by a joint group of all involved member state national contact points already. And it is not yet clarified whether the rules of international data transfer will be applied, which are very strict and which bring to the fore the assessment of the EU Commission so often about third countries, whether they have an appropriate level of protection. And again, my question is, if the technical setup is made in a way that international partners are able to access the data, but they don't, they're not allowed to download it, for instance, or there are different security measures to provide for a GDPR-compliant processing, do we need, again, this double standard to apply again? Even further stricter rules, also including for international data transfers. Is it really an international data transfer if data is held in a secure space and we work in this space with it, bringing the analysis to the data?
Yeah, well, I'd like to give that question to Torsten. We might not have the final solution for that, but you yourself founded DNA Med, a platform where maybe you can explain it better than I do. So what are you doing there?
I think a platform is only a platform. So for me, it's an external hard drive. You can compare it with, let's say, Microsoft Excel. Excel is empty. You can do fantastic things with Excel, but the data you are analyzing are the key to success. And even if you have the European data space, it's an empty database. And we need people to submit the data. And here, of course, again, I think we need to have really high quality data, garbage in, garbage out. And we need to agree on common standards of data. We need to have data curation, that the data are really in the format we want to have and that the data are true. And then we need APIs to share the data in some extent. And then this can be federal. And we did exactly this thing. We have this Google Maps approach established at the Charité. As I took the clinic over 5 years ago, I implemented a very sophisticated clinical trials center in my department with own oncologists. We have over 20 molecular-driven clinical trials for urological cancers, kidney cancer, bladder cancer, prostate cancer, but nobody knows it. So we have all these trials, but nobody's coming, like a restaurant somewhere, not in the center. And I visited a lot of urologists and oncologists in the rural areas of Brandenburg. And they say, okay, my patients do not have access to Charité infrastructure because they need half a day to drive to the Charité. They are reluctant to do it. And so we then took our expertise as a high-level center and put our expertise in the periphery by connecting all the urologists and oncologists in the Brandenburg area with our center. And they are able to invite the patients to send us their data. So they have to enter the system, so with a pseudonymization code. And then they can just make photos of the reports. And we then translate the reports in formats and formulas, algorithms, where we can easily check whether a clinical trial is available for these patients or patients need a gene sequencing. And of course, the results from the gene sequencing we translate back in therapy recommendations without the patient forcing to come to the Charité. They can do it from their own apartment or house. Only they can enter the system in a tandem with the doctor. We don't give critical medical information back to the patients because they can't judge it. But we inform the doctors, like an augmented decision support, your patient is now eligible for this trial, or we recommend gene sequencing. If you want this, you can tell him, you can agree, and then we do it remotely without having the patient in the Charité.
Yeah. I'd like to open the panel for the Q&A right now. Naomi is there with the microphone, so if you have any questions, just raise your hand. Just a short question for me. Would it be helpful, because we want to integrate the transatlantic view, would it be helpful to use US and data from abroad to this platform, to the system, and would you like to share yours with others?
Of course. So the platform is open. We have it at the pilot for prostate cancer with metastasis in Berlin and Brandenburg. And now we aim to open it to Germany via the National Centers for Tumor Diseases and for other diseases, for other cancers. And of course, it's a shareable organization. We have an open data approach. We share the data with the GHGA as a data sharer. So we have the metadata at the GHGA that everybody can access the data. And of course, the next step would be to combine this system with other systems in other countries. And this is what I mentioned. So we have to start somewhere showing that this is beneficial, and then you can put it all together in a central system.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have a question over here?
Yeah, my name is Iris Bigiot. I'm director of the Leibniz Institute for Prevention Research and Epidemiology. I was wondering a little bit that we are currently focused on clinical data, on patient data, but it's data for health. That means we have also to look at research data, epidemiological data, public health data, secondary data, administrative data, registry data. There are so many data sources in Germany. And you talked about the GHGA, which is one consortium of the NFDI, of the National Research Data Infrastructure in Germany that is currently established. And there's one consortium, and I'm the co-speaker of that, it is in NFDI for health. And we are trying to build up an infrastructure for personal health data. And I think one of the major challenges that we are focusing in Germany is that we do not have a unique identifier. We are not able to link the different data sources, and that, in my view, is a scandal. Because we have so many data sets, and as you said before, you have the patients, but you do not know what they have done before and what they are doing afterwards. We could do this because we have all the information in place. Of course, we need something like systems to standards to ensure interoperability. But in any case, we need to get a law that ensures that we are also able to link data. And this is possible with the German data protection regulation because Denmark is doing this. And Denmark can serve as a role model, and we can just pick it up, take it to Germany, and we would be in a much better state.
I put that into, thank you very much. You like to react on that?
No, I just wanted to say I totally agree. But I think it's also planned, right? It's in the, if you look at the digital health planning document, then that's actually on the agenda. And I guess a message would be to prioritize that universal ID.
It's just a question of prioritization?
Yes, also, I think I do agree. And also, of course, as you mentioned, an interpretation of what is possible under European law. There are different possibilities for member states to come in and design their own rules, so to say, in compliance, of course, with the GDPR. But to look into those possibilities, I think is, yeah, it's a crucial issue. I do agree.
Okay, all right, thank you. There's another question, Naomi. Yeah, can you stand up, please? Yeah.
Hi, Nicholson Price from the University of Michigan Law School. When I first heard about the European health data space, I was so excited because I thought the GDPR seems like it just isn't fit for purpose for health data. And then I saw somebody talk about the health data space and they said, here are a bunch of rules and also it has to totally comply with the GDPR. And I was so puzzled. I'm wondering basically if you have thoughts on that or if you can help me understand, is this the right way forward? Is this the inevitable way forward, even if it's not the right way forward, or am I just missing something because I'm parochially American and the GDPR is actually perfect for this?
Can we depuzzle, Virginia?
Oh, thank you. I think I mentioned a few weak points of the emerging infrastructure. It's definitely not a perfect way forward, but it is a way forward. And I would like to really appreciate that it is a federated infrastructure on an EU level, and that there is the need being recognized to open this up to international partners such as the US. How to implement all these claims, so to say, or wishes, and whether they're done properly is indeed a different question, and I think we still need to tweak a bit. Of course, it has to be GDPR compliant, but it is probably a specific rule compared to the GDPR, so it would go before the GDPR, and if it doesn't define any specific rules, then the GDPR would kick in. That would be my understanding. But of course, compliance is necessary, but I think that the GDPR provides more room for data sharing and data access than we have until now realized. I do not see that the GDPR is the big and only elephant in the room, I would say. Yeah, thanks. I'm not sure if it's a consoling reply.
Or maybe you have a little chat afterwards as well. That might be helpful. Another question.
Hi, I'm Karina Oberheide from Data for Life, a non-profit organization. We are also trying to collect data from patients in PROMs, PREMs, wearables. We are bringing together data from data silos in an interoperable data format. helping with analysis, and also making this data transparently available. So my question is regarding the federated approach. You mentioned it a lot. It's also followed by the MII. So my question is this really the way forward? Because also in your scientific talk, it sounded like suitable for very specific data sets that are comparable. And we are really dealing, especially in hospitals, with data that are not in an interoperable format. You have so many different silos, data is structured differently. And from my understanding, if you want to send an algorithm, the algorithm has to find the data in a similar structure, in a similar format. So how applicable is a federated approach really?
Yeah. Okay, that's a very good question. So I can share my personal view. I think federated learning is a really good tool in case patients, for example, don't want their data to leave the hospital, because otherwise you cannot use it at all, right? But I think what is sometimes missing in the discussion, now I'm talking from the AI perspective, is that it's not as trivial as it sounds, because just like you say, the state-of-the-art approaches have several mathematical assumptions on the data, and I'm not mainly concerned about the data format, but about the actual data. For example, you assume them, so what we call mathematically, to be identically distributed, which means, for example, that if you in one hospital you have a Philips scanner, and another you have a Siemens scanner, they are not mathematically the same. Neural networks can distinguish them easily. So this gives you a headache when you train the algorithms, because ideally, in the training loops of an algorithm, you want as much diverse data as possible in one update, basically. But if you train your model only in one place, you cannot do that. Of course, there's research now that addresses this issue also, but my personal view is if we can get actual access to the data, that's always better. Also, because when we validate, when we evaluate, we can actually see what's happening, right? So in imaging, this is really important. If I don't see the failure cases, I can't have a look at what's actually going wrong if the testing is done in a federated manner. So I'm really all in for as much transparency as possible, but whenever that is not possible, for me, federated learning is a good plan B, but personal view.
Thank you. Yeah, another question? We take one more. Yeah, thank you. Is it switched on, or did you switch it off? Yeah. Should we try it again?
There we go. Sorry. My name's Krista Matheson from Transform Health, and it's a coalition of more than 130 organizations committed to harnessing the potential of digital health and data to accelerate UHC progress. One of our objectives is around advocating for a global health data governance framework, essentially to build that country consensus and alignment around a set of common regulatory standards for the governance of health data. So I was particularly interested in your comments about international norms and standards, and I'd love to hear your perspective on what you see as opportunities to potentially advance that and how we can move towards those sets. So looking beyond within the European data space, but how we look at kind of those international standards. And is that through the World Health Assembly, or do you see other opportunities to really progress those discussions?
Thank you very much. I would like to mention the Global Alliance for Genomics and Health, which is an organization under private law now of the US. I think more than 600 organizations participate, and it creates international standards in the area of genomics and genetics to share data, including, for instance, common elements of info and consent for patients, but also technical standards, and also privacy-preserving technical standards. And I think that is quite a good community-driven way forward. Of course, we need to look into the end what role these standards really play, for instance, in a national legal system or compared to EU rules, and how to bind that together. But I think there are quite a lot of initiatives within the realm of this organization that are very useful and, yes, could be advocated.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this question that opened up at the end. I'd like to give the audience a kind of an inspirational thought for the lunch break. So I have one last question for you. Which, in your opinion, is the most significant development in data access and sharing in the last few years that we can strongly or should strongly build on in the near future, Lena?
I really think the UK Biobank is great, and I hope the European health space will be inspired by this one. And one aspect I found especially interesting was that it also basically triggered industry engagement. So there was a huge company investment where the company then actually funded whole exome sequencing because basically they needed to do this because otherwise they wouldn't have gotten access to the patient. And then the win-win was, okay, you get access to the patients, but in return, we get the sequencing in the UK Biobank. And I think that's a great example of a win-win situation.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to mention two things. The NFDI with its many consortium, but to highlight just one which I know better is the German Human Genome Archive, where is really a community-based, well-situated development within the NFDI framework to create an infrastructure for the processing of very sensitive data. And the second is the HDS as a potential for future further development, but that's really a promising idea that should be better unfolded.
I think everybody's hoping for it and contributing to that. Torsten.
I like to take it a little bit broader. So for me, cloud infrastructure to share data globally. So we have participated in the International Cancer Gene Consortium, where we analyzed 10,000 of whole genomes, and it's only possible by cloud computing. And the second is very broad, so this is social media and the awareness of people that data sharing is, so they are used to it, like Google, for example. And I think for my last word is, let's say, the patient have to stand up. If we wait for politicians to solve all the problems we discussed here, they're dead. So most patients don't have time to wait, and they have to stand up. And I think in Germany we can do great things. So we are the people. Wir sind das Volk. We can turn walls down as a community, and the patients as a community can turn walls down in terms of all the regulatory barriers we have in data sharing, and they just have to stand up and do it. And they have to force the politicians to speed up, and then I think it's working. And here we need showcases that data sharing is beneficial, and we have to give the patients a benefit for data submitting, sharing, whatsoever.
Thank you, all of you. I hope we gave you some examples and some inspiration to work on. We have lunch break now and meet again at 2 p.m. here at the main hall. We are looking forward to another high-level keynotes, Naomi.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alexa. Thank you to the panel. And just also to mention that at 2 o'clock, for those of you who've already signed up, we'll be running the workshop. If you haven't signed up, but you are in the mood to participate, as Joe Lennox told us, bring your problems, not your solutions. It's not your typical conference. So please join us for the bar camps, which are running 2 till 3. Can I ask again, if the hosts of the bar camps are here, may they stand up, or they may be in the other? Yep, with one here.
They might be.
So I think many are already there, and we can hear the buzz coming from the room, so that sounds amazing. And if you're planning to attend, but you haven't been there already, perhaps just show your hands so we can plan for the numbers.
Planning to attend the bar camps?
To attend the bar camps, yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Great. Lots of positive engagement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And remember, we bring up a wall, so if you can add something to our wall of Berlin in the next hall, you can have a look at the lunch during the lunch break. Then we'd be happy. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your insights. Welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back to the main hall for the Data for Health conference, and we hope you all had a really refreshing lunch, and we saw so much networking, so many great conversations going on, so welcome back. Unfortunately, Özlem Türeci's been unable to join us due to a last-minute change, but we're absolutely delighted that means we're going to have a bit more time with our first speaker.
And that's John Halamka. The Mayo Clinic is a US nonprofit organization based in Rochester, Minnesota, which operates the Mayo Clinics. It is committed to innovation in clinical practice, education, and research, and has been named the best hospital in the US and the world by several magazines this year.
Pretty high accolades.
Yeah.
So in 2019, the Mayo Clinic launched its Discovery platform and hired an experienced IT professional and physician. This man is a Harvard Medical School professor, medical advisor to governments around the world, including the Bush and Obama administration. Please join us in welcoming John Halamka.
John, hi.
Well, hey, good afternoon to you.
So you hear us. Where are you at the moment?
So I am in Massachusetts. So I live in Massachusetts, work in Minnesota, but tonight I'll be in San Francisco. Because as you know, data never rests, and AI is, of course, the thing all of us are focused on. So I travel the world in pursuit of fair, ethical, and safe AI.
Great
to talk to you about data today.
It's great to have you here. We leave the stage to you right now. Thanks.
Well, thank you. So in, I think, 2018, I was last in Berlin, and I met with several government leaders in Germany, and they said, Germans want innovation with low risk. And I thought, this is an inspirational question. How do we innovate, especially around data, and do that with low risk? I joined the Mayo Clinic in late 2019 and was given the following challenge. If we are to transform our healthcare system to 2030, when healthcare is more proactive, we are more focused on wellness, we understand that the data of the past can inform the care journeys of the future, how do we ensure that data is available for innovators while privacy is protected and intellectual property is protected? So that's the challenge. Now, we in the United States, we have our HIPAA privacy laws, but as you look across the country, there are, of course, state-level variations like the Consumer Privacy Act in California, very similar to GDPR in Europe. So there are many considerations, technical and policy and cultural, about how one does this right. Here is how we approached the problem. We said, okay, Mayo Clinic has 10 million patients, about 150 years of data. How do we ensure that data, with all regulatory compliance and appropriate consent, is made available to innovators? First thing we're going to do is de-identify the data. We started with structured data. And structured problems, meds, allergies, labs, not so hard to de-identify. Because in the United States, we have this notion of 18 HIPAA identifiers, a name, a phone number, an address. If you remove those elements, the data is de-identified. Now, in structured data, since the data is very predictable, it's easy enough to search for such things and remove them. From January through April of 2020, we took the structured data of 10 million patients, removed the identifiers, and placed it in a secure cloud container. The notion was Mayo would control the cloud, audit the cloud. Only Mayo had the encryption keys to the cloud, very safe. And we could invite collaborators into a subtenancy on that cloud, not to sell the data or exfiltrate the data, but to develop novel products and services from the data by bringing their tooling into a subtenancy. And that's okay. Structured data has some value. But I would argue 80% of the value of our data is in the unstructured text. And that is the notion of a clinician note, a diagnostic report, a surgical operating note. These are places where we're recording things about, say, disease progression, signs and symptoms, cancer staging, things that are going to be of great value as we create models and analytics. The challenge is, how does one de-identify unstructured data? And so imagine this, I have a note, and that note has no name or address. All it says is, former health minister of Germany. Well, in effect, that's not a privacy violation by US law, but I think we would all agree that there is a small search space, a small bin size of former health ministers of Germany. And so we had to use a natural language processing approach that looked at job roles, geographies, and familial relationships, and did what we call hiding in plain sight. And that is replace those proper nouns with other credible proper nouns. So instead of former health minister of Germany, it may say former economic minister of England. Right? So it makes the data harder to re-identify because you've changed the proper nouns. We did this on billions of notes and reports and moved that into a cloud container. We then sought Dr. Brad Malin at Vanderbilt, one of the world's experts in data DID and re-ID, to audit the entire corpus of about 10 petabytes of de-identified data. And he ranked us as 99.6% de-identified. And what he used was this notion of a bin size. If you look at a record, is that record sufficiently ambiguous that it could be up to 10 or more different people? And if so, it is de-identified. We then said, well, what about the other types of data? Because beyond structured and unstructured, there is telemetry, EKGs, rhythm strips. There are images, CT, MRI, plain film, PET scan. There are digital pathology slides. There are genomics and registries that researchers might keep. So we created a Pareto diagram looking at all the uses of data as we would want to develop new models. And we began to add new data types, marching through the entire corpus of every kind of data Mayo has ever collected. Now you can understand for each new data type, there may be different de-identification strategies. In CT-MRI, imagine we have a CT-MRI of the head. Well, those may be cross sections, and you look at a cross section and you say, well, that's appropriately de-identified. However, if you use a 3D reconstruction program like Terra Recon, you can take the stack of CT or MRI slices, reconstruct them into a 3D image, and create a facial representation. You can run then facial recognition software against the internet. And we found that head CTs and MRIs can be re-identified about 27% of the time through that technique. So one has to employ something like 0 voxel height on the skin layer. So that is, you have the bony windows and all the tissues intact, except the skin layer, you reduce the pixels to 0, and therefore any reconstruction will not create a face. So I mention this because that is not a law. It is just simply what we recognize as an emerging best practice to protect privacy. At the moment, telemetry EKG can't be re-identified to an individual, so you just redact some of the metadata and you're okay. Digital pathology, same thing. No one is saying, hey, that's Ben's macrophage I'm looking at. But of course, genomics, that's a really interesting question. Folks may know that I was the second human sequenced in the Human Genome Project. If you want to look at my sequence, it's personalgenomes.org, patient 2. My 3 billion base pairs, I would argue, are very identifying to me. And although we recognize that country law on the use of genetic data is variable, we certainly think as Europe believes that the genome is actually a special class of data. What are we going to do to de-identify that? And I think our simple answer is we use the bin size concept. We use subsets of the genomic data, biomarkers in the genomic data. And as long as you are meeting that threshold of this could be 10 different people, the data is sufficiently de-identified. So a true example, I mean, I carry BRCA1. Luckily, my daughter does not. So interesting, if you said the patient is a 61-year-old male and has a BRCA1 gene, well, there are tens of thousands of that kind of person. So in effect, it's de-identified. So subset, biomarkers, those kinds of things are ways one can use the genome in a de-identified context. So good, we, as I think you've heard, now have data that is de-identified in a closed container, audited and controlled by us, with the idea of bringing partners in for innovation in a subtenancy. The data has depth, multimodal data. It has breadth, 10 million patients. But what does it lack? Something I will call spread. Mayo Clinic has institutions in Minnesota, Florida, Arizona, London, but also it has international patients that visit, about 10% of our patient population international. I could argue that really doesn't represent the diversity of the humans on the planet. One needs to look beyond even one institutional large data set if one is going to achieve the breadth, the heterogeneity, the spread of the data to create fair and ethical algorithms. So what did we do? We sought 15 of the most high quality healthcare institutions in the world and asked them, would you join a federated, decentralized network where you in your country will keep your de-identified data set in an OMOP format with FHIR interfaces in exactly the same fashion Mayo did it, so that we can work together with reciprocity. You control your data. We work together. We can create and validate algorithms in a bidirectional way. Also, of course, we'll have data governance, all of us as equals, everyone a peer, not a hub and spoke. We went to South America, and Albert Einstein said, we will bring you Brazil. We went to Canada. UHN said, we will bring you Ontario. We went to the Middle East. Sheba said, we will bring you Israel. And we have now a pipeline. We'll be soon adding organizations in France and the Nordics. And of course, would be thrilled to collaborate with our colleagues in Germany. And so there's the notion. If you start having federated enclaves of de-identified data across the world, you suddenly are now getting the spread, the heterogeneity of humans that you need for fair and ethical models. Okay, good. So you now have this wonderful data set, highly curated, standards-based, and ready to use for model creation. Then what? Mayo Clinic created an AI factory on top of the de-identified data. We took three approaches. One is a high code, you bring PyTorch. One is a low code, it's configurable. And one is no code, you actually use a pull down tool to create models. We gave that to 76,000 employees. The entire set of Mayo Clinic data went to anyone who wanted in a research context, as long as they had security training, to use it for various kinds of operational and research purposes. And our employees at various levels of expertise, we have 8,000 clinicians, and a number of clinicians are not data scientists, and data scientists who are clinicians, but they generated about 160 models. Okay, good. We now have good curated normalized data, an AI factory, and models. But how do you know those models are valid or useful? One needs to validate that those models are going to perform in a way that is considered reasonable. So Mayo Clinic created an infrastructure we call Validate, which enables us to take any algorithm developed internal or external to Mayo Clinic and run it against a test data set of this highly distributed, almost 30 million patients now, and look at the AUCs for subgroups. You could stratify it by gender or age or race, ethnicity, demographic information such as socioeconomics, and start to look at the AUCs across these subgroups. And that notion of an assurance laboratory, a validation step, can build transparency, saying, you know, this algorithm works really well if you have a body mass index below 31 and not so well if you have a body mass index above 35. So only use this particular algorithm on people who have relatively low weight. That's the sort of assurance work we've done. We've done it now for a number of commercial algorithms as well as our own. And we've submitted this data as part of FDA regulatory processes. We work very closely with our regulators as we look at the life cycle now of these models we're creating. The US FDA has recently issued a number of regulatory and sub-regulatory guidance for AI, which include such things as a predetermined change control plan. How are you going to take a model, measure its performance, publish its performance, but then monitor it continuously as there is data shift, which may in fact tell us the model is no longer useful per purpose because something in society has changed, like a pandemic or the way a model is used. The FDA is going to, over these next couple of months, issue a number of additional regulations requiring the use of an assurance lab and a label on every AI system, very similar to the European AI law that just a few days ago was passed in draft form. And the hope being that the public will now have access to all of that testing information, and it will be publicly known where and when a certain model could be used. Now, everything that I've just said is predictive AI. That is, certain inputs, certain outputs tell us the likelihood or predict that an event might occur, a diagnosis, a treatment impact, morbidity, mortality, that kind of thing. It is not generative AI. And let me speak for a few moments about generative AI. So we know one problem with generative AI, the ChatGPT and Bard and the various open source models, is it's very hard to measure their quality. That is, are they accurate? If they are probabilistic, not deterministic, and every answer is a little different, and depending on your prompt, you're going to get good and bad responses, how do you say this is a good model? Pretty hard. And so yesterday, in a call with FDA leaders, we discussed the idea that maybe in these earliest days of generative AI work, there are a couple of techniques to employ. One is pick use cases that are relatively low risk. We're going to use generative AI, and we're going to do it for administrative purposes, for helping us with inbox management, writing notes, dealing with some aspects of documentation and revenue cycle. Those are relatively low risk. At the moment, we aren't going to use generative AI for diagnosis and treatment. And so the FDA may say, okay, use cases that are reasonable are these, low risk, and measure outcomes over time, and will ensure these things are reasonable. But other ways include taking a model that exists today and then providing additional pre-training. I think of a lot of our generative AI right now as the best high school student you've ever met. It speaks 100 languages and it writes poetry. It just doesn't know the first thing about healthcare. And so the idea that an organization such as Mayo Clinic would take its entire corpus of data and additionally train a pre-trained model so that it understands healthcare might improve the accuracy of its generative AI statements. Or similarly, there is a technique called retrieval augmented generation. Instead of relying on the generative AI, the large language model, to give you an answer, you say, I trust Mayo Clinic. I trust the National Library of Medicine. I'm going to go out using search technology, grab what I think are the salient documents from experts, and then ask the large language model to summarize those documents. And such a technique significantly reduces hallucination and gives you much greater likelihood of a credible response. So I think what you're going to see, yes, there'll be early regulation about best practice. There will be emerging mechanisms at looking at the kinds of quality and accuracy we're getting out of generative AI, but no one's done it yet. And there will be additional pre-tuning and fine-tuning and the use of certain techniques, prompt engineering, retrieval augmented generation, to try to reduce hallucinations. And maybe that's the best place we can be at the moment for generative AI. But even that requires the use of the de-identified, curated data I've been talking about to make the generative AI better. So it's a pretty exciting time. As I look across the world, I would tell you that we now have the technology we need, de-identification and NLP, secure cloud containers, federation, and the ability to work collaboratively. We're seeing emerging policy in the United States and in Europe that tells us what we can do and how we should do it. But I think the most potent thing I'm seeing is cultural change. COVID taught us that we need to collaborate. We need to work together to solve the big problems. And I will tell you that prior to 2019, there were organizations that felt competitive angst and wouldn't work together. In 2023, as I travel the world, there's a sense that as we're going to approach the safe use of data for AI creation, we have to do it together. And so I look forward to our Q&A and working with German colleagues and being back in Berlin soon. Turn it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, John. That was quite interesting. And we'd like to open the Q&A as soon as possible. So if you have any questions, just raise your hand. And Naomi comes around with the microphone. I'd like to start, maybe that's on me. John, you mentioned all these international collaborations, and I was wondering what the obstacles were you were facing by installing these corporations.
Oh, well, absolutely. So remember, as I said, every country has its own privacy and consent regulatory frameworks. And so I'm going to be extremely honest with the group. I'm always very open about mistakes that I made, and I think you'll find this one a uniquely American mistake. I thought GDPR applied to the EU. And of course, GDPR applies to the European Economic Area. And so when we assembled our data sets, I had not initially redacted Iceland and Norway as being GDPR countries. Now, don't worry, while it was still in development, I did. But I mean, point being is you need to understand for every country that you're working with, what are the regulatory requirements for secondary use of data and consent of even de-identified data? So certainly that was a challenge. Every country has a different approach to cloud. Now, I'm completely fine with choosing the cloud provider that may be residing in your borders. And I'm cloud neutral. So pick the one that works for you. But when is cloud allowed to be used for de-identified secondary use of healthcare data also varies by country. Mm-hmm. And then as I started my conversation today, there's a question of risk. There are countries that say, the aggregation of de-identified data in a cloud container sounds potentially risky, and therefore we are reluctant to do it. So you just had to work through legal, cultural, and local infrastructure challenges. And then ultimately, at the moment, we have South America, North America, we're beginning Europe, Middle East, it's happening.
Yeah, and it is a lot of work. And we had a GDPR discussion earlier that day and have another question.
Hi.
You can hear you.
All right.
John, you can hear it.
So the institutions that you mentioned are wonderful institutions, but also relatively high-touch, high-resource institutions. So I'm curious as to how you think about collecting data in a federated sense for, say, rural patients or patients who don't have access to the kind of institutions that you're currently working with, or maybe they have broader catchment areas than I'm imagining.
Okay, well, of course, this is the brilliant question. Thank you so much for it. And I'm going to give you three answers to it. Mayo Clinic, in addition to its what we call destination medical centers, has affiliations with 73 rural hospitals. And interestingly enough, those 73 rural hospitals report to me. And why? Well, the notion was if you take an under-resourced organization that may not have the data scientists and IT professionals, they're going to need the most help in creating this federated opportunity to learn and deploy AI. So Mayo, as a well-resourced organization, helped the 73 rural hospitals by giving them the technology, doing the initial installation, supporting them through their initial transformation. So that's one area. We can all help those who are less resourced. Two, I think we need to look at different kinds of data. In the United States, we have a regulation called the Interoperability Rule and the Information Blocking Rule that mandates every healthcare provider digitally transfer information to patients to the app or container of their choice. Interestingly enough, if you come to the Boston airport, you'll see there's a giant billboard from Apple Computer that says, your healthcare on your phone under your control. Apple and our Android phones now have secure containers so that we as patients can store our data and then contribute data as we wish. Maybe it's a clinical trial or a research study, or maybe it's a utility that provides you with diagnosis or care advice that you think is going to help you. Point being is that there's going to be another element of gathering this, patient level, as they wish, and not relying on a local institution. Third way, and this is what I've used in northern India and sub-Saharan Africa. The Gates Foundation funded community health workers where they would have an app on an Android phone. They would go to the community. They would gather the data. They would submit the data on behalf of the community. And that model actually worked pretty well. And in northern India, it was an internet-based model because bandwidth is ubiquitous and cheap. In sub-Saharan Africa, it was a store and forward model because network connectivity was challenging. So I think that, good question, still in progress, but we have to help rural areas. We have to embrace the patients, and we have to think about a community health worker model.
Thank you very much, John. Naomi, you wanted to ask a question, right?
Yeah, I did. Well, I'm taking the prerogative of holding the microphone, and I wanted to say, John, thank you so much for a really interesting presentation. I wondered if you could tell us a bit about the incentive for the participating organizations that have joined you in this data endeavor.
Okay, so this is going to be a question back to you, which is, in the United States, if I were to identify the three great challenges facing healthcare, the answer is margins are getting lower and lower because of inflationary pressures, supply chain issues, labor costs. So that means hospitals are struggling financially. Secondly, because of COVID and a variety of other societal factors, clinicians are burned out. They're tired. And we're seeing early retirements. We're seeing less graduates coming out of our medical schools and training programs. And it's hard to retain the specialists you need. It's hard to get access to all of those who need to provide the service to meet patient demand. So when I go to organizations and say, if we together curate data and create new models, we're never going to sell data. That's not what we're going to do here. But you may be able to start some new companies or new lines of business with these new AI models and maybe improve your margin. You may be able to use the AI models to reduce administrative burden and burnout. And you may be able to scale your top performing professionals to see many more patients because the AI is augmenting their capacity to make decisions and is doing pre-reads or pre-analysis of data or images for them. And those CEOs say, wow, I didn't really think about data and AI as a solution, but you're right. They address some of my greatest challenges and business problems, so I'm in.
All right, thank you. We have another question from Lena Meyer-Hein.
Thank you very much. Lena Meyer-Hein from Heidelberg. You mentioned this validation platform, which I think is great, and you also mentioned the ability to leverage this platform from external parties, right? So my question is, what is your language or your ontologies to describe the data such that you're actually talking about the same things in the algorithms, basically? Do you use Snowmade CT, for example, or what's your language, basically?
Sure. So folks may remember that in the George W. Bush administration that I led all of the United States standardization activities and then continued that for 6 years in the Obama administration. And in the US, we created something called the VSAC, the Value Set Authority Center, which is hosted at the National Library of Medicine and provides at no cost to the entire country all the standard vocabularies that include SNOMED CT, LOINC, RX norm, ICD-10, etc. So each medical domain has an ontology, which is an international standard made available for free. Now, we recognize that as we go country to country, there is some variation in schemas. And that's why what we have said is take your data from your electronic health record, place it in an OMOP schema, and then use these ontologies so that there's rough data comparability. And that approach has actually worked pretty well because no one EHR is going to provide the basis of what we need in this future of AI I've described. One other comment, though. Here I am in the United States, where, as you know, we think English is the only language in the world. I apologize on behalf of the United States for that. We have had to recognize that translating Hebrew, translating Portuguese, translating French is essential if we're going to do this federated, de-identified network. And interestingly enough, Microsoft, and I'm not endorsing any company or service here, but Microsoft has provided us with a set of tools to do NLP in a very large number of languages, which helps us with the conversion to the common OMAP format and the de-identification.
Thank you very much, John. We'd like to take another question.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very nice presentation. My name is Lars Wiedemann from the Heidelberg University Hospital. I have followed the rapid evolution of large language models, especially over the last month. And there seems to be one big question. Do we work together with a company in a close academic industrial collaboration like the company you just mentioned? Or is there a future where we will have open source large language model as a foundation, which could also run at our university in Heidelberg on-premise or at the Mayo Clinic? Do you have any, can you give us a glimpse of the future, how this will look like?
The fortune teller.
Well, again, I love these questions. These are great. So let me answer your question very simply. Yes. And I know that sounds silly, but here's what I mean. I think we need to do all of the above. And so go study the open source large language models that are available, and you'll see that there are a number of restrictions on their use. Pick one that is going to meet your use case. Mayo Clinic has picked MPT-7B from Mosaic. And why? Because you'll see that is a foundational model with excellent performance in grammar that also has a lot of flexibility about where it's hosted and how it's used. And so, you could choose Llama or Vicuña or some of these others, but again, you'll look at these and say, where does it meet our needs? Llama has certain licensing restrictions that make it a little bit difficult. So I think the right answer is don't try to train a foundational model from scratch. That would be crazy. But taking an open source foundational grammar model and then doing additional pre-training and fine-tuning for healthcare is exactly the thing you should pursue. And you then will have control over its quality, and you will have control over its life cycle. But at the same time, as I mentioned, some of these larger companies in big tech have some really good products, and maybe you want to layer apps on top of them. Create that retrieval augmented generation or prompt engineering app that layers on top of one of the commercial models. So I think at this early stage, very hard to pick winners and losers, because as you see, things change so fast. I was chatting with a couple of national leaders, and they said, well, here we are in June of 2023, and GPT-4 is the best model we have. But just wait till August. It'll be totally different. And then in December, it'll be different again. So don't bet on any one company or any one model. I would say take your approach of owning it yourself while also working with some of the commercial vendors. Do a lot of experiments, and it will be an interesting ride in the next year for all of us.
Okay, again, a step-by-step approach. There are constantly questions coming up as Özlem didn't make it to the conference. Are you okay with taking 2 more questions?
Oh, so I explained to the conference organizers, I have an hour. You go as long as you wish.
Great, thank you. So there was another question here, right? Yeah.
Thank you very much for those insights. Ingo Hertel, German Ministry of Health. The richness of data that you have made available, are you putting them in use for the improvement of patient safety, for the improvement of the provision of care as a research goal? i.e., how do you identify critical incidents, and will language models play a role in that?
Yeah, really excellent question. I divide AI into the predictive AI, what will happen, the prescriptive AI, well, if something's going to happen, what do you do about it? And then, as you say, generative AI, which may be more providing language or communication. So what Mayo has done, it has in a variety of domains created both predictive and prescriptive AI with an eye towards safety. And let me just give you some examples. We have a model that can look at a CT of the abdomen and can identify a high risk of pancreatic cancer 2 years before the patient develops any symptoms. So here's an interesting question. Here we are on the afternoon of June 20th. How many patients do all of us have with CTs sitting on our servers that actually have diagnosable pancreatic cancer today and are undiagnosed? And shouldn't we be running these models on all the historical films and then bring those patients back for reevaluation? Predicting colon cancer, predicting future AFib, looking at population level risk and determining what patients should be put on certain medications or preventative measures. So these are all things that we do. In terms of safety, the question of whether or not we can identify an unreported sentinel event, we haven't used AI so much for that as we have various kind of analytic approaches. So, I mean, this is not perfect, but if somebody is being given a variety of, say, antihistamines and steroids, you could say maybe they had a drug reaction. And so therefore you should go look back and see if there was a medication given in an unreported reaction, that kind of thing. I would say our focus is more about the prevention of disease, identification and early diagnosis of disease, and then putting patients on the right safe path. One other comment to mention, which is kind of interesting, Mayo in July of 2020 launched something called Advanced Care at Home. The idea was, we think that society is going to demand more and more serious and complex care that's safe in a non-traditional setting. So we started with one patient, a 87-year-old with a serum sodium of 102, and treated her hyponatremia in her home. And we learned a lot about, well, what was the remote patient monitoring? What were the analytics? What were the interventions one would need to make to keep this patient safe? Predict, for example, that they were going to decompensate, move them to a different site of care, that kind of thing. We moved from one patient to 10 patients to 100 patients. Well, as of June of 2023, we've treated 20,150 serious and complex patients in their homes. We've done an RCT, and we've looked at in-home treatment with remote patient monitoring, algorithms, and a command center has the same safety, the same quality, the same outcomes. But there are two interesting benefits. How many nosocomial infections do we have in our living rooms, like MRSA? The answer is none, right? So we eliminated hospital infection by caring for patients in the home. How often do you fall and break your hip in your home? Well, it happens, but it's not so common. So falls and other kinds of hospital-based harms have in effect been eliminated. The patients love it, and a net promoter score of 94, unheard of in healthcare. So I think our answer to your question is, yes, develop the predictive and the prescriptive algorithms, but also try them in new care models that give us great safety and have these other benefits like elimination of harm.
Mm-hmm. Thanks very much. We take one last question.
Hello, my name is Horst Hahn. I'm from Fraunhofer Institute for Digital Medicine in Bremen, Germany. Thank you very much for this great presentation insight and for all the engagement you brought into this topic over the years. So you touched one topic which I find very exciting, which is early detection of diseases and short-term prediction of onset of disease. And so when we look back to national screening programs, many ideas have been put away in the past because of lack of specificity. So because we create too many false positives. Now we are in a new age, a new era of multidisciplinary correlation. And you touched upon that, I believe. And in Germany, we have wonderful broad consortia like the NFD for Health, which correlates or interpolates between 300 different cohorts, or the NACO, which does longitudinal cross-sectional data set across the German population with thousands of parameters, healthy population. So I think we now must understand how to bridge the Atlantic and to team up with developing these models and validating them such that they get soon, quickly, the specificity we need for nationwide or Europe-wide or worldwide implementation. There's so much potential. Can you comment on how to make this possible fastest, this cross-national collaboration on predictive risk markers and screening programs, new ones, new approaches? Thank you.
Well, absolutely. And so first, I think the whole audience can assume I will be happy to serve as your ambassador as we move across the Atlantic and try to do this together. And I'm very easy to find, halemka.john@mayo.edu. So happy to do that. But let me give you a few ideas. So Mayo has 14 cardiology algorithms that are predictive of diseases like hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, pulmonary hypertension, or future AFib. You know, I have a supraventricular tachycardia, and I took a very simple device, a credit card device from AliveCor, measured my lead 1 ECG, sent it via my phone to Mayo Clinic, where 14 algorithms were run against it. And Mayo Clinic was able to say, wow, you actually have an ejection fraction of 70% and your heart is in perfect shape. You just have an electrical conduction problem. Take some calcium channel blockers and you'll be fine. I mention that because a number of these algorithms are FDA approved or have what would be called an EUA designation, so we can use them early. We're starting to see exactly as you say, that if we all work together, we're going to develop innovations that enable telediagnosis of disease that was never possible before and avoid expensive testing, but also bring patients to the right place at the right time for the right intervention. How is it going to work across the Atlantic, given our regulatory and cultural and trust issues? One of the ways that Mayo has done this is a cryptographic approach, and there are many ways to do this. There are 4 or 5, but let me just give you one. You install a container in Germany, and you place your algorithm in that. I install a container in the United States, and I have my data in that. The 2 containers communicate using a cryptographic approach so that neither the algorithm leaves Germany nor the data leaves the US. In effect, we can validate against each other and be completely open with our people and our government that nothing ever left our countries. And that approach we've already used, and it had to be used in Israel, for example. That overcame a lot of the barriers.
Thank you so much, John. I'd like to see that last idea being discussed in the next panel. Thank you so much that you made it. Last question, what time is it? You have two beautiful clocks in the background. What time is it in Massachusetts right now?
Well, I know, just 1 minute. I got to tell the story to the audience about what these clocks are. So it is 8:45 in the morning. So in 1905, a gentleman in Armonk, New York, had this idea of creating standards-based, modular, interoperable devices. So he took a sewing machine motor from 1905 and placed it in a Craftsman clock of 1905 and put in a switch, so whenever the weights go halfway down, the clock winds itself. He called the company the International Time Recording Company and wanted to work on different kinds of automation. So he thought, maybe I'll work on business machines. He renamed the company International Business Machines, and so that clock is Thomas J. Watson's prototype for his company, IBM.
That's a nice, inspirational story. We take that into the day and into the next panel. Thank you so much that you've been hosting this session. I think that, well, you can say, well, done decision. You did the first good job of your day, right? And go ahead with your normal procedures now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day, everybody.
Such a great discussion, Alexa.
So, yeah, it's I hand over the stage to you.
Amazing.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone for all of your questions. So I'm going to ask you to join me in inviting the panel, our third panel, to the stage. So we've got Nicholson Price, we've got Giorgio Coer, we've got Charlotte Scheider, Norman Zerber, and as a special extra, we have Sebastian Schneeweiss, who we both suffered from the same BA problem this morning. So would you like to join us on the stage? Thank you so much. Oh, yeah.
Are we supposed to sit where we're located? I think we did the opposite direction.
Oh, we've gone in reverse. I think we're okay.
Yes, then I have to go there.
All right.
How are you doing?
Good. Panel, welcome. Thank you so much. And I'm just going to ask the audience if they don't mind, panel. It is rather warm. If you would like to remove your jackets, please feel free, and we will assume that you're in business attire, even if you're slightly more comfortable. So we're going to take some time in this panel to think about the current state of AI applications and innovation. And I think John Halamka's words gave us so many topics to kind of dig into here. To open, I'm going to ask each of you to give an introduction and to give your elevator pitch or your kind of short remarks so the audience knows where you are, where you're from, and what it is that you want to contribute to the panel discussion. So, Norman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me and for the invitation, Jochen, and also Professor Lauterbach. I'm a computer scientist by training, working at Charité University Hospital in the pathology department. I'm head of research, digital pathology, and we are having a lot of research projects in this regard. One that I would like to point out to is EMPIRE, which this acronym stands for Ecosystem on Digital Assistance for bringing AI to the clinics. The idea is here to identify and overcome all hurdles that we are having and seeing at the moment, not only in Germany, but European-wide, to address all topics that hinder us actually from developing AI algorithms and then bringing them really to the patient care. I'm also serving as the current president of the European Society of Digital Integrative Pathology, where we mainly focus on the integrative part of pathology. So bringing together morphological data, clinical data, image data, but of course also all the omics data for the final diagnostics for the patient care. And I would like to maybe open the discussion with 3 questions that I would like the audience to answer. And the first one, since we have so many well-known people here from the healthcare research field, I would like to ask you, who of you has been involved in any research project, either as a diagnostic, prognostic, or therapeutic, to develop an AI algorithm? Okay, that's not much. I thought it would be more. Anyway, second question, how many of you have developed something at the end that you are proud of and that was developed or was translated into a medical product within 5 years after that project? Okay, and who of you have had the benefit that either you yourself as a physician or as a patient could use one of these algorithms in patient care? Okay, the number was limiting with every question. And the question is, and that's probably one that we should discuss here in the panel, why is that? Of course, there's a lot of fundamental research that is not aiming on developing products, but at the end of the day, it's about data for health, and we are trying to build something for the patient care. And if not everything that we do, or most of the things that we do, end up in patient care, then we should consider why is that and discuss this question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Norman. Charlotte.
Hello, I'm Charlotte Scheider. I'm from the Loyola University, Chicago School of Law, and also a member of the Beasley Institute for Health Law and Policy. A lot of my research focuses on data protection, privacy, cybersecurity, and of course, AI, in particular in the healthcare space. And I have the lovely opportunity of being able to consult with a variety of different companies on these topics. I largely work with startups and small businesses, especially those who are looking to expand internationally or are located in one particular country, whether it be the United States, Finland, Spain, et cetera. So I sort of know firsthand not only here's sort of the background and the things we want to accomplish, but also what are the real challenges that product companies are facing when they're looking to commercialize, when they're looking to expand their options, potentially to new areas of therapy, and what that means for data. I like to share one story just because I think it helps to, really put into focus some of the challenges we're facing. I was working with a small business that collects corneal images as part of its commercial process. And I was meeting with them and they asked me the question, what could we do to get access to these images because we think that we can predict Alzheimer's disease many years before it occurs simply by analyzing these images. But we have no way to communicate with the individuals from whom we've taken these images. There's no way we can get any additional consent in this space. What do we do? And unfortunately, it was a fairly difficult conversation. Fortunately, this company had received some Horizon 2020 funding that maybe made kind of the government data side a way to navigate this. But a lot of commercial entities are in a similar position where they have the potential, they have the data, it's sitting right there. And to somebody who does data analytics, this is just a pure form of torture. I have this beautiful data, I want to do something with it, I want to be creative, I want to be innovative, and you can't touch it. So I think that we are faced with some interesting challenges in this space about what we can do with data once we have it, what that means for long-term innovation, even for for-profit organizations. And I think that sort of the second point associated with this is the idea that for AI, ongoing research is a reality, right? The world is your research facility, especially when we're talking about unsupervised learning applications, neural networks, deep learning, that are really in their prime. The FDA has not, as far as I know, approved any applications that are unlocked, meaning that they can continue to learn as they're being used. But that's where we see a lot of the potential. So what does this mean ultimately for commercial organizations that maybe benefited from research, but who are now in a position of conducting future research? Does this fall under our model of research and data use? Does it fall under a model of commercial data use? And what does that mean ultimately for the rights of the individual versus the broader collective benefits of a community of people who are very much in need of new and more effective products? So there's just a lot of pieces that are coming together in this new world.
Charlotte, thank you so much. And just before we move on, I'm just going to ask the two of you, Norman and Charlotte, because you've both kind of touched on something that we came across this morning where we were thinking about, okay, as your questions illustrated, there's a kind of drop-off between research and the clinic. And Charlotte, you looked at it from the other perspective, which is like there are these companies sitting out there ready to innovate, but unfortunately they're blocked for a number of different reasons. So just before we go on, can you, between you, give us a kind of quick fire couple of like, oh, it's, you know, here are some things we should dig into. It's this, it's this, it's this. Is it that easy?
Yeah, I think it's very easy to name at least a few. So it's definitely interoperability. I mean, there was, of course, all morning discussed about GDPR regulations, but it's also about validation of algorithms to really bring them to a clinical use. And it's, of course, also about what is actually the best way of sharing data for research, but also for further product development and validation at the end of the day. And I'm not even starting to talk about patient engagement and all of these topics, but at least to solve these three that I named before, that would be a major topic.
Thank you. And Charlotte, you'll have some to add.
So just to draw upon, again, that idea of individualistic versus collective benefits. I do think that a lot of privacy laws, although we tend to focus on the civil rights aspect of them, and in the United States, we focus on the individualistic aspects of them, right? This idea of choice is really sacrosanct, I think, to how all of us think about this problem. At the same time, these laws were constructed to have exceptions that are specifically oriented towards the public interest, that are oriented towards the interest of a collective, a community of individuals, and not just one individual. And I think that this is actually a philosophical kind of topic that we have to really resolve. To what degree do we sacrifice the interests or the individual wishes of one person for the benefit of a community? And I can't answer that question, right? I'm just a lowly law professor. I can tell you what the law is, but ultimately this is a social question of what we want this world to be. The reality is that we do have individuals using many of these devices who are benefiting from the collective. So everyone else giving their data is what is arguably giving them the best type of technology that they're using that's managing their disease. But how we manage that, if we do take a collective approach to prevent abuse, to prevent exploitation, I think is really where we need to spend a lot of time.
Thank you so much. Really, really interesting. Nicholson.
Hi, I'm Nicholson Price. I'm a law professor from the University of Michigan, and I think about this stuff a lot at a kind of 10,000 meter level. And so I want to pull together something that Ariel Stern mentioned in the very first panel with something that John was just talking about, which is kind of what is it that we think AI is doing? What role is it performing in the health system? And I think about, you can say it's predictive versus prognostic, early versus late, different types of models. That's one way to categorize AI that's useful. But I think it's useful to think, like, how do we want it to change health? And I think about at least four kind of potential roles of AI changing the health system. One of them is pushing frontiers, which is to say, letting humans do things we could never do before. Predicting pancreatic cancer 2 years before we otherwise could. Another, which is in the background a lot, is democratizing expertise, which is to say, taking things that right now are relatively limited to a smaller number of specialists and making that technology more widely available, or making that care more widely available. That might be through saying, here's one specialist who can see more patients because the AI is triaging. That might mean saying, here's an AI allowing practitioners with a certain level of training to do things that they otherwise might not be able to do. So I'm thinking here about, say, IDXDR, the diagnostic vision system that can diagnose diabetic retinopathy by taking a picture of the eye. It lets general practitioners do something that otherwise you would need an ophthalmologist to do. Great if you don't have many ophthalmologists. The third role I think about is automating drudgery, which is to say these tasks that doctors and healthcare practitioners hate to do, filling in paperwork, reading records, pulling all these things together, making those tasks more automatable to give more time doing the things that practitioners are better at doing and want to be doing, like talking to patients. And then the fourth is allocating resources. This again was mentioned earlier in terms of saying who gets the scarce hospital bed, who gets the last appointment slot. Now, the one thing I want to say, there's I think lots of stuff that comes out of thinking about these as different roles, but the one thing I want to say is this has really serious implications for how you think about, say, regulating or ensuring that these technologies are safe and effective. Because it's easy to step into a model of saying, well, we regulate these like we regulate other medical devices, and that might work pretty well if what you're thinking about is democratizing expertise from the point of view of saying, here's one person, we're going to let them see more patients. That looks like care like we normally have, that looks like a device that we normally regulate. But all of the others face regulatory problems when we start to think about what is the role we want them to fill. If we think about pushing frontiers, letting AI help humans do things they couldn't otherwise do, how does a human in the loop police that machine? How does the physician who's the best in the world police the performance of an AI that's better than the best in the world at one very, very narrow task, to be sure? The same thing happens when we think about democratizing expertise. If you say, we're going to let you, a general practitioner, do something that normally you would need to be an ophthalmologist to do, how is that person supposed to police performance if they are not, in fact, an ophthalmologist? And there's just no regulatory framework for the last two roles in terms of automating drudgery or allocating resources. These are back office functions that are typically not something we think about regulators dealing with at all. So I think it's useful to think, as we look at this technology, what is it we want it to do as part of the whole system, not just in the moment before us, and what does that say about how law and policy and systems design should think about putting that AI into practice?
Nicholson, thank you so much. I was hoping that we would get slightly into this discussion of like, what is it that AI does which is better than what we currently do, and what is it that it does that's completely disruptive? But you've introduced a whole other category there that I hadn't thought of, so thank you. Giorgio.
So, hi everyone, I'm Giorgio Quer. I'm extremely excited to be here to discuss about this super interesting topics, and this is the right time to do this. I'm the Director of Artificial Intelligence at the Scripps Research Translational Institute in San Diego, California. This is a non-profit organization, a research institution in, well, translational medicine. What I want to bring here is potentially a different point of view. I love the discussion from this morning. I wanted to bring back the attention for a moment to the individual, the participant. So zooming out a little bit from the hospital, the clinicians, and really focusing on the participant. At Scripps, we develop the so-called digital clinical trials. And we have different platforms to do that, and now they are becoming more and more popular around the world. I believe this is a great way to expand the reach to participants outside the hospital. So this is, in the US in particular, this is a huge problem. Not everyone have access to the most famous research hospital institutions. And many individuals are just left out from research in healthcare. We want to change this paradigm, and we want to move out from the clinic as much as possible, this type of trials. The idea is to engage with the individuals and put them at the very center of the research. So the individual should be aware of when they consent to participate in this trial, and should decide what do they want to donate eventually to the trial. Should not be just sharing data, but really being part of the trials. And so we put a lot of attention on returning information to participants. By this digital clinical trial, I mean, well, we can really collect a lot of data. So we go from wearable sensors, and so passively and longitudinally monitor these individuals. More than that, there are surveys that are proposed to the individuals, but we can also collect genetic information. They can do blood sample or a saliva sample at home and then just mail it. A continuous glucose monitoring, we can monitor them with a device for several weeks. stool sample. We can even have access to their electronic health records, depending on the hospital system in which they receive care. They can just consent to share their electronic health records with us. I believe this is a new way, and well, it was, of course, a new set of challenges, but it's really the way if we want to include everyone into these trials. I'll be very curious to continue the discussion and figure out suggestions and problems that comes from that.
Giorgio, thank you so much. Okay, now lastly, we're going to go to Sebastian now for your opening comments, and then we're going to continue with our panel discussion. Go ahead.
Sure. So I'm Sebastian Schneewer. It's a great pleasure to be here. It's really great that the Ministry of Health is putting this conference together. I'm a professor of internal medicine at Harvard Medical School and a professor of epidemiology, and I run a research department in the Brigham Women's Hospital, where for the past 3 decades I'm analyzing healthcare databases in order to understand what works, what doesn't work, how safe is it in clinical practice. Medical products like medications, like devices, how well do they perform in clinical practice using these types of data? Now, yesterday at dinner, a number came up which is of interest. Only 3% of the data that are getting generated by modern healthcare systems every second, the terabytes and petabytes every second, only 3% thereof is utilized for actionable evidence, right? And now in my field, I'm trying to produce generalizable evidence of what works, what doesn't work in clinical practice. You know, one standard approach is randomized trials. We're all aware of randomized trials. We all love randomized trials. I love randomized trials. I just don't do them, right? Now, the problem is with the randomized trials, we don't have enough randomized trials. There are a gazillion of clinically important research questions untapped by randomized trials because there are not enough patients to randomize, really. If you think about chronic conditions, where most likely at some point patients are on 2 or 3 different medications, there's no trial studying the combination of these treatments. Now it becomes a societal obligation to do something with the data that is lying out there, because not doing anything with the data means there's evidence out there and we decide to disregard the evidence and practice medicine by extrapolating for randomized trials as much as we love them, and every treating physician is not doing like this here. Is it about the same patient as the trial participant? That's a disaster if you think about it. So we can do better, we have to do better, right? With regard to transatlantic collaboration, we collaborate with the BfArM, the regulatory agency in Germany. We really work worldwide with partners, regulatory agencies, health plans, because we see the world as a large federated database, essentially, right? And when I was trained 3 decades ago or something like that, I know what you're thinking. I started when I was 5 years old, so it was all about pooling data in one database and analyzing them, right? That's actually counterproductive in our field, if you think about it, right? Because clinical practice in Germany is so different from the United States, from the United Kingdom, right? You want to derive the evidence in each jurisdiction. Even in Germany, there's a lot of variability, even between the Charité and the best hospital in Germany, the University Hospital of Munich, of course. There you see differences in practice patterns. Even within the 2 clinics in Munich, you see different practice patterns. So derive the evidence locally, right? Combine the evidence, right? What we need to worry about is transportability of the algorithms. We need to test the transportability. I heard this already here before. We need to test the transportability of algorithms, but there's actually no incentive to pool data. You leave the data wherever they are and analyze them wherever they are, and you combine the findings.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. I think you've made the most controversial comment so far of the conference about which is the best hospital in Germany. I picked up on that. Norman, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, I really like this last comment because this is also what my little questionnaire at the beginning was pointing out to. We really have this problem of once there is something developed, how to bring it to the clinical practice really is a huge effort. We have to do these validation studies and then do a certification process. And when we are looking through the different, let's leave Germany a little bit behind for now, and then think about Europe. Let's think about United States, and also think about Asia. It's so different how these entire systems are working. We have in the United States, it's quite easy actually. So you have one regulatory authority, and you more or less have one legal system. In the European Union, you have one regulatory authority, but you have a lot of legal systems actually. And in the APEC countries, everything Southeast Asia, you have actually in each and every country a regulatory authority and a legal system. Nevertheless, the development of algorithms runs on a global level. So what the companies actually need to certify their products is they have to get data from the certain market where they are marketing their products. So this means from a perspective of an AI developing company, you have to collect data from the United States, at least from several countries in Europe, and then from each and every country in all around the world to really market your product worldwide. And this opens the question of, okay, how do you get access to the data? How to harmonize the data? How to create the data? And then how to finally get access to these data? Not only financially, this raises a lot of questions, but also effort-wise and time-wise. And I think here we should start, and this is probably where this conference also is centered in, we should start discussing, okay, what can we do on a national level? And we heard about initiatives like Data for Health and also the national cohort. And we also hear about plans that are on the horizon, like European Health Data Space. We, of course, see products in the United States like IDC. So there is a lot of initiatives. But finally, when we are at the moment talking about mainly Europe and United States, then we are not even covering 1 billion people. If we think about to the Asian part of this planet, then it's another, I mean, India alone is 1.4 billion. That's more than the two others together, putting in China, putting in Japan, or all the APEC countries. So this is also a huge data silo at the moment that can also be used for developing of algorithms and for productization, which is so important, and that's why. That's why it's important to really start on the small scale, on a national level, and then bring this to regional, continental, and then worldwide level. So,
I mean, if I may jump in there, if you think about the regulatory implications for AI tools in the broadest way, some sort of prediction rule, right? You need to regulate the inputs and the outputs. The machine, of course, that's impossible, right? So the inputs, you need to know what's the population that you trained on. Yeah. It's a huge problem in the United States where underprivileged communities are not participating in these studies, right? So you have a biased algorithm, right? And of course, you need to regulate the outcome. How well does it perform? But that's fairly obvious. But if you think about international activities, that's actually very much combinable, right, with that, because if you have an algorithm validated in Germany, you have a standard German population panel or something like that to train on, right? So it's the same principles to regulate these things.
Yeah.
I think that's a great point, because actually when we were discussing data sharing, or whatever term we used for it this morning, we were trying to make use cases, and yet here we are, we're saying actually lots of the AI applications, they're not going to work to the same extent if we don't have these data sharing agreements in place. But Nicholson, I wanted to bring you in here, because what Norman's outlined is this kind of like, okay, we're going to move from one to the other, and we're going to validate the algorithm. But you've also talked about local monitoring, like just because it works in my hospital in the UK, it doesn't mean it works in Norman's. Like, can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, I think there's fundamentally just a pretty serious mismatch between our existing regulatory structure and what we actually need, which is governance at multiple different levels, including the local. Right? There's a limit to what regulators see, but even within the things that regulators see, right, the FDA can look at an AI system and say, yes, this looks good, and it's trained on these populations, and it's trained on these patients, and wow, they did a great job validating, okay, I'll clear this. And that doesn't say, that says something. It says a lot, it's meaningful, but it doesn't say that it's going to work when you take it and implement it in a particular hospital. Right? The task of regulation at a central level is only part of the governance task, and there's got to be a part of that governance task which is, I think, irreducibly local. And part of the problem with that is the places where it might be most difficult to implement a new AI system into the existing IT infrastructure, into the existing clinical workflow, into the different patient population, are places that tend to have relatively fewer resources And getting that governance right is also going to be a difficult task for those places, which is, I was quite heartened by what John said in the keynote, talking about, right, Mayo helping enable infrastructure for local institutions. But I think that infrastructure needs not just to be a technical and not just to be a clinical, but also a governance infrastructure to make sure that we can make sure that validation's happening everywhere something's being used. I mean, the country level is a lot. That's already a heavy lift to say we want data at all these places, but I think that's not going to do it. I also take a brief side to say there's one easy solution, which is to say let's label it and say, you know, this algorithm was trained on this type of data from these type of people, and this is what you should use it for. But that gets us back to a big problem. If one of the things we like AI doing is democratizing expertise and bringing care to lots of people, because if you label the AI and say it only works on these folks, you just don't use it on these folks, and we haven't really solved that problem. We haven't enabled the thing we're hoping, or at least one of the things we're hoping AI can let us do.
And I think we also know the group of people that if we described it doesn't work on these people, these are going to be the people that almost certainly need it most, the people who are always marginalized,
exactly.
Right? Charlotte?
Yeah, I just wanted to just kind of dovetail on what Nicholson was saying, in that I think part of the problem we have is that clinical trials really are not going to identify all of the potential issues in this space, period. Clinical trials are designed in a very particular way to get a very particular kind of a result. Usually there are 3 trial phases. That data is then packaged and provided to regulators for purposes of substantiating an openness on the market. But there are a lot of things that clinical trials do not measure. One of the things that I think is very interesting that no one's really talked about so far is the interaction between devices. So let's say that you have a pacemaker and you have an insulin pump, and maybe you have something that is actually implanted in your brain that helps you manage your pain day to day. In the future, many people will have multiple devices. We don't always know how those devices and the presence of those devices will affect the function and the optimization of other devices. And this is just one example of many, many, many that include things like demographic backgrounds and other information that could be very useful to us in clinical trials, of course. But it's just hard to anticipate. And what that means is we have to think about what, for example, a clinical trial phase 4 is going to look like. Is that going to be out in the world? Is that going to look sort of closer to what we have for vaccines? I don't know. That's something that we have to decide. But there is much more, I think, that happens after something is commercially released, whether it's in a clinical environment, whether it's just in the broader research context.
Charlotte, thank you so much. I just want to stay with you for the next question, because I know we talked about it this morning, but I think it was one of the things that I came away from the panel discussions feeling like, you know, I don't think there's agreement in the room on the question that you mentioned about where we are in this philosophical question of using data. Where does the data, almost like the ownership and the stewardship, sit? Because John was talking about, you know, the hospitals are making decisions to contribute the data of their participants. Other people talked about, okay, I have my data on my phone. Can you expand on this a bit more? But could you also tell us, do you think that where different populations sit, I mean, you know, the US and perhaps a bit of Europe, like, are we aligned, or is there a divergence there?
Well, I think that there might be things we can agree upon in this room. But the reality is that many of the people who use these devices, who will be the data subjects, are not in this room. And patients have a wide variety of attitudes, I think, about these practices, about their health care, about themselves, about their relation to their community, who they want to help, who they might not want to help. And I think that that's the challenge, right? Is we're trying to not only fulfill, I think, what is present in each one of our countries and how we think about this topic, but also trying to design the right thing for people. Otherwise, what are we doing here, right? People are the center of everything that we do. So I'm not sure that I have a great answer other than to say I think that there are some significant differences between the US and the EU, but also between Southeast Asia and the EU, between Australia and the United States. There are a variety of differences that I think, if we're going to reinvent what this looks like, we have to start with the things upon which we can agree. And I think that it has to be very narrowly tailored to begin. One of the things I was talking with one of the participants on the break, and I mentioned that one of the things that's interesting about the United States is the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, HIPAA, with which some of you might be familiar, is actually the closest approximation that the US has to the GDPR today. And how interesting that that is related to healthcare. Now, it's very narrow in scope. There are a lot of problems with it. It was passed in 1996. The privacy rule was passed in 2002, which I actually think was based on inspiration under the Data Protection Directive, because there are some similarities. If you look at it, does it get us fully to GDPR? No, but it's a little closer. So maybe that could be a starting point.
That's brilliant, Charlotte. I love that idea of like taking some of these big topics and then actually almost bringing it down. Nicholson.
I'd just like to respond a little bit more to your initial question. And the provocation from the very first speaker, Alexa, or not quite the first speaker, the first panelist, she pointed out that there's a tension between the idea of kind of autonomy and individual consent and beneficence. And to complicate it, I think there's also a tension between the individual level and justice, because it turns out there are different levels of interest in informed consent to participating in large research data banks based on different marginalized or underrepresented groups, as is entirely unsurprising based on the trustworthiness distinction of that we discussed earlier. And so prioritizing the individual control over data will also have impacts in terms of not only what products are developed, but on whom those products perform well or perform poorly.
Great point. Yeah, Giorgio, I know you're going to come in, and I also have a question for you, because we're kind of talking about lots of these general principles, but I also want to ask you, you had a specific example of collaboration with the Robert Koch Institute. So I know you're going to come in on this discussion, but then afterwards, could you let us know how did you manage that specific collaboration?
Absolutely, and well, I wanted really to put things in context. Again, we are talking about the individual and consent, and in everything we do, we try to put the individual at the center. So I believe this is only possible if we go beyond, at least in certain cases, to only running trials within hospitals, because we want to talk directly to individual and have the individual ready to engage and be part of the study. And I can talk a little bit maybe of all of us research also later. Going to our existing collaborations, this was, I think, a great example. This was back at the beginning of the pandemic in 2020. At Scripps, we started an initiative in infectious diseases focused on COVID-19, and we recruited up to 40,000 individuals, fully digital, and they consented to share their own data from wearables, and if they wanted, also from electronic health records, for us to really study this pandemic, and we come up with several publications on that. We started the discussion from the very beginning with the Robert Koch Institute here in Germany. This was a great sharing of ideas with them. We arrive at the point in which we have our own data set, and they have their own data set, totally independent from Germany, and we wanted to figure out a way to properly work together with this data. Data sharing, unfortunately, turns out to be much more complicated than what we think. To do it in an ethical way based on the agreement and the consent we had with our participant. We ended up finding a solution to this, to properly work together. We started collaborating and discussing and come up together with algorithms and analytics we wanted to do on the data. And we decided to run the same analytics at Scripps with our US-based data set, and the Robert Koch Institute with the data set in Germany. And then we put the results together, and we showed how the same type of insights can be taken in a similar way in the two countries. I think this was amazing. This is what we really wanted to do, to be able to show that things works in totally independent, geographically distant data sets. We are now really investigating how we can do a step forward and potentially, as has been discussed this morning, it's not really a question of sharing, it's probably more of a question of accessing data. And yeah, I'm happy to talk also about the way all of us have solved this issue of accessing to data for the population in the US. Should I go on?
Yeah, give us, let us know how you solved the question of access, and then Sebastian, I'll come to you and Norman and see if you can give us some similar examples of the benefits of international collaboration. How did you solve the access?
So, at least for all of us, this has been, all of us is an enormous initiative in the United States. The goal is to engage with 1 million participants in the whole United States and have access to a lot of data from these participants, from medical records, their genetic data, but also wearable data and so on and so forth. This initiative has been designed to be fair, first of all, to the participants, and so there is a lot of interest in the consent provided to the participant, that they need to understand what type of data they are sharing. But there is also a lot of interest in making it fair for all researchers, for now in the United States, to have access to this. So there is the All of Us Workbench, which is an online platform with different level of access, from a public access to a register to a control access. And this depends on the different level of trust that each researcher can provide, of course, to the study. And you can access from aggregated data on one extreme to really detailed data on the other extreme.
That's such a great point, and I think you also mentioned there actually the fairness to researchers, like actually how the access to data can tip the field towards researchers that have access to data versus those that don't. So a great point. Sebastian, Charlotte?
Yeah, I was just going to add very quickly that I think the GDPR does give us an option, even after some of the recent court decisions, where if you're doing a transfer impact assessment and you execute standard contractual clauses between organizations, you potentially can transfer information. So, I mean, we have solutions. I think that the problem is that they're not particularly attractive solutions, legally speaking, and can be very difficult to execute. And so I think that there are the ways that we can do it sort of internally, then there are ways that we can proceduralize it legally.
Yeah.
But that's not always exportable if you really have a truly global kind of a model.
So the hurdles are high, the incentives are maybe not high enough to encourage people to do this. Sebastian, I wondered if you could give us any kind of comments on your experience of international collaboration, the benefits and the hurdles.
So whenever you have federated data structures, whether it's worldwide or within a smaller entity, you have to worry about access. And there are fundamentally two things. One is the legal aspect of kind of who's going to prison if something goes wrong, right? I put this in this category. I don't want to worry about this. We have lawyers for that. The other, so then you have what you call trust, right? The threat of going to prison introduces trust. But still you have a fairly small user community because you have to go through this processing, right? Where I see the future, and is beginning now already, is synthetic data, where you basically have a generative AI that learns from the actual data and understands the complexity of the data structure and builds a new data set from scratch. So by design, it's anonymized because these are synthetic data, but they mimic the data structure closer and closer, right? So it turns out that you get analytically almost exactly the same finding as working with the raw data. So what we are doing currently with the multiple networks that I'm involved in is we have a layer of access where there's a very low threshold of access when you work with these synthetic data, because they're clearly de-identified. It becomes really more a matter of, are you willing to share the data that you have spent so much time, sweat, and tears to build? That's an academic problem, right? Because you don't want to share because you're not getting paid for sharing. That aside. And then comes the next level, and this is probably from 10 users down to 1 with a more serious proposal that say, look, I have tested now all these analytics. I now want to go to the next level and do it with the real data. And often enough, the results don't change much, but clearly a regulatory agency like the FDA or BfArM or EMA, they want to use the real data, right? So this is a model to get much broader access, I think, right? I want to comment on a second point, which I heard multiple times now, and I think the medical informatician will put me at the wall here, is the whole data standardization. Do we really want to do data standardization, right? Because when you do this, you give things the same name. You call things AFib because it came up, atrial fibrillation. But I know already a person who has a code for AFib in the United States, in Germany, in Tuscany, in South Korea, these are different patients for a variety of reasons, the way we practice medicine. So embrace the variability in information, how we practice healthcare, how we record healthcare, how we pre-process healthcare. Embrace that variability, right? And work with that rather than standardizing and losing information, have the illusion that an AFib diagnosis around the world is the same, because it ain't.
Yeah, what a great point. Okay, Norman, I'm going to come to you, and then we're going to go to the audience for any questions. So Alexa's out there with the microphone. So I'm going to ask you, if you have a question, raise your hand. She'll come out towards you. Norman.
Yeah, I could not agree more to what you just said, because the point that we are seeing when talking about international collaborations is that there's, of course, from the epidemiologic perspective, of course, a lot of difference in the data, at least by this, but probably by many, many more. Nevertheless, I don't think that the conclusion on this is not to standardize and harmonize the data. Probably even more, it's even more important to do the standardization and also not only talk about the data fields in particular, but also what their meaning actually is and how to interpret them, right? So these are syntactics as well. On the other hand side, I think it's definitely also relevant to have these flexibility, especially when it comes to research. So the question is here, how to maybe still keep these advantages of having something specific from a certain region, but still being able that the vast majority of data is comparable and is being able to, let's say, harmonize when it's coming from different sources. What I also liked in this morning was the comments from the Ethics German Council, because actually the ethics give us a quite nice example in Germany how, and in particular, how the ethics committee at Charité is doing this, is handling these efforts at the moment. And maybe that's also a recipe for data GDPR questions, or also for data harmonization and regulatory questions. Because what Charité, for example, at the moment does is that if you apply for a project and go to the ethics committee and ask for clearance, then the first thing they ask, is there any other ethics committee in Germany that has already cleared that project? And if the answer is yes, then you get a green card. Yeah? So this means they rely on each other. And we also see this in the regulatory domain already when it comes to FDA and European Commission. We also have kind of an, let's say, easier way through the regulatory jungle when you have already cleared this in the one or the other market. And I think that's the way to go. Not only always say, like, we have the holy grail and only how we are doing it is the right way, but to rely on others that have already cleared this.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to look out again to the audience. Any questions from the audience? Okay, I'm just going to give you another minute. Oh, you have one? No, I'm going to give you another minute to think about it, because, okay, the thing with that we haven't talked about is reimbursement. We've talked about validation, we've talked about regulation. So what I want to know in my day job from the UK Health Technology Assessment Agency, NICE, is, okay, how do we know whether or not it's effective, and therefore how do we decide if it's cost effective if what we're looking at is a regulatory model which is local, which is in the hospital? Can you give us some thoughts on reimbursement? Nicholson, you're looking like willing to take it on.
I think it's a really hard issue. I think one of the things is, depending on what sort of model you're talking about, it's going to show up in different ways in terms of reimbursement. So the easy case is, here is an algorithm that does a diagnosis that otherwise you would pay X for. Like that's the easy. I mean, we've already, like, CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services in the US, has already issued reimbursement codes for, use this automated system to do an image analysis and get a diagnosis. That's the kind of one-off fairly straightforward. I think the harder cases are, here's Sepsis Watch running in the background and trying to identify cases of sepsis early enough for intervention. And how do you reimburse for something that's hopefully improving care a tiny bit for everybody in the hospital? I think the standard model is just the hospital hopes that it increases its profits, but that's going to create incentives for what kind of things they're interested in implementing and what kind of things they aren't. They can fold it into whatever hospital fees they charge, but that has exactly the same impact. I don't think there's a trivial reimbursement model for something like that. One possible answer is to say, hey, if the incentives are wonky, then we should change the hurdles and say, how do we supplement or help create infrastructure for developing the type of AI system that we think is less likely to be incentivized well for reimbursement? But it's a tricky set of problems.
Brilliant, thank you so much. So I know there's one question from here and then a couple here more. Alexa in the third row.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Anna Szyrawska. I'm a bioethicist at the Technical University of Munich. And I have one question regarding the differences in healthcare system between US and Germany and other European countries. And I wonder whether you can comment on that, what kind of role it plays in your collaborations, because whereas we talk about data sharing in Europe, it's relatively clear who would be benefiting from this data because all the patients are within one system. And I wonder what is the case in the US and how it impacts these collaborations when we talk different endeavors here. Thank you.
Charlotte?
So I can just briefly mention something. I'm sure you'd like to add something too. But although we are mandated to keep information electronically, there is no mandate as to where you keep it. And this means that almost all electronic medical records companies are for-profit institutions. They are tremendously expensive to purchase a license to use them. And I would say from a portability perspective, are not always the most effective, even if you are on the same instance of the same tool. So that is kind of a problem, right? If we can't get data together, even when you're on the same tool, what hope is there for combining electronic medical records across different institutions? Now, from a research perspective, I think that there is a lot of promise, and maybe you folks would like to mention something.
I can say a couple of more words. So, yeah, each institution, each hospital has their own, usually, medical records, and it's kind of difficult to make them talk between each other. I have a personal story. Actually, I got a vaccine which was not done in the hospital where I usually receive care. It was done at the pharmacy. The technology for the medical records at the pharmacy and at the hospital were exactly the same. They were a few less than a kilometers apart, but they actually did not talk between each other. So I needed to spend like a lot of time to figure out how to make sure that the record was also in the hospital. So yeah, this is a huge problem. There are solutions, of course. You have now the possibility of accessing, at least for most hospitals, to your own medical records. And so if you participate to a study, you have the possibility of also sharing this medical record to a study, which is independent from the hospital in which you receive care. Moving to Europe, that of course is still another different issues. I know each country in Europe has a slightly different system, and so harmonizing and finding a solutions is very difficult. I know there are countries that have a fantastic unified system for medical records. I think we should probably look at them and try to see if there is a solution.
Yeah, so if you work in a federated model, it's really an access issue, not so much about the ethics of sharing. What I see increasing in the United States is resistance to share information on a local level because they think it's competitive information, proprietary competitive information. So at my local healthcare system, MGB, Mass General Brigham, we wanted to link all the electronic health records with insurance claims data, right? We got the insurance claims data from a nationally operating insurances, but the 3 local insurances, they said, no, I'm not going to share that because I don't want you to understand our business practice. So I see that as an impediment in the US Ausplan. I'm not sure whether that's the case in Europe, but that's beyond ethics.
Charlotte, you were nodding.
Yes, I just want to agree with that. In a past life, I worked for a medical device company where we routinely negotiated contracts with healthcare organizations around the world. Every single contract had limitations on what we could do with data, regardless of what the patient or the individual wished. And that's a very interesting thing, I think, from a competition perspective, that data can be seen as something that is valuable, although, as our first panel told us, there is no independent status for data. Data is really just this something in the ether. It's something that's, part of a contract, something we have rights with regards to, but it doesn't have a fixed state. And yet it is a competitive aspect. Yeah.
Just one very minor comment. I think the issue here is really that the data of the individual should belong to the individual. So if the individual would really have access to their own data, this problem would be different. The problem is that this is not the case, at least not yet, but this should be what we should aim for, I believe.
I think this is something we're going to keep coming back to, right? Alexa?
Yes, thanks a lot. Thanks for the great discussion, Magda Rosenmüller, Yes, the Business School. Sebastian, on your point, it's actually the data ecosystem would be the solution. All the evidence shows that when we bring all the local players also together. My question would be health systems apart. If we really can make, or how can we join forces to make the point of HTA, of health technology assessment, of what we invest today with better data system, better availability of data, will actually bring a lot of cost benefits or reduction of future costs by reducing needs of health systems. And if we can join forces there, then we can apply these different learnings to different health systems. And we have a lot of experts that can do that. But how can we join forces in order to do that? And I had a question actually earlier on Sebastian's comment on the input of data. I'd like also to think about global health and how can we bring in different, the algorithm in terms of input from global health location. You talked about Asia, I also think about Africa and South America. Thank you.
Okay, panel. Sebastian, you want to come in?
Sure, happy to comment on that. So HTA, of course, is a critically important step in assessing the value of medical products. In Europe, there is quite a few activities in kind of being more efficient in doing what we're doing, and not each HTA is asking slightly different questions. But there are tendencies to unify that with regard to the questions they ask, but also with regard to the data sources that you use. So the question now is, if you have gene therapy, right, you have a small European country, how many patients do you have with gene therapy? Do you really want to include that small country in your data pool? Would you not rather work with French data, with German data, with Scandinavian data, kind of the big buckets, and be done with it, and then extrapolate to the smaller countries? So there's all sorts of issues where I think UNEDA, for example, is quite active in pushing that field forward. Yeah. Yeah, money is always good, no question about it. And I have to say, we are blessed in the United States because the FDA is so well funded, and which has really pushed the field forward over the last 10 years, I want to say, where the 21st Century Cures Act has put a lot of money into the regulators in order to understand how to work with data outside of randomized trials.
Thank you so much.
Quick question for Sebastian. If I got you right, then you sort of said, we have got RCTs, and then really we should shift to real-world evidence analysis because it's just more accurate. It's more real life. The question: Did I get this correct? And where do you see the roles between these two types of studies? I would imagine we will still have them in the future. And for the panel in general, because we talked about money, how do you guys deal with remuneration of data? I mean, what's the value of data? Who is going to pay for it? And I understand that has to do with the ownership of data, but in the US, I think there's less reluctance to pay for data as there would be in Europe. And I'd just be curious to see what your points of view are.
Well, data is the new gold for sure, right? And the more you can link, the better you understand a single patient from all perspectives, the more valuable your asset is, right? So if you have claims data and you add the EHR data, the value jumps times 10, right? Because you have more granularity. I love randomized trials. It's just that we don't have enough randomized trials. So the question is really only, because we could do a very pragmatic randomized trial that educates what we are seeing in clinical practice. It's not going to be submitted to a regulator, but we could do the trial. But nobody's doing the trial, right? And the question is, what's the alternative? That was my point beforehand, right? So.
Yeah, just to remark on the paying for data portion of it, I tend to be opposed to this, at least in relation to health data. I might be less opposed to this in relation to general personal information that might be traded for example, unlocking additional features on a phone app. But there's just something about health data in particular and the individuals who might take advantage of receiving money for their health data that could put certain individuals at a significant disadvantage or put them in a position to be further exploited. Maybe they're already exploited. I just think that there are aspects of putting a dollar amount on something that sort of renders it feeling more commercialized. It makes it feel more like a consumer relationship. And with health, we're already in this kind of a strange position where when we're talking about devices, it feels a little bit like someone's a consumer and it feels a little bit like they're a patient. And I think the more we tip in that direction of consumerism, the more likely that we're going to have a more capitalistic approach to this model, and that can be a dangerous slippery slope. So that's just my opinion. Others may differ.
Nicholson.
I'll say I think we absolutely have to pay for data, but the way we pay for data is by providing better healthcare. I don't think it makes, I think it's lots and lots of problems with paying people for data in the idea of this is what your data is worth to try to improve health for partly the cumulative and multiplicative effects that Sebastian just mentioned. It's hard to know things from individuals versus populations. I think the trade-off is that we make the healthcare system better, but I think that actually has some bite, because it means that if we want data from lots of people, we have to make the health system better for lots of people, not just for some people, which I like to imagine is a problem that you face less in Europe than we do in the US, but I'm not quite sure I'm right about that.
Right, look, curating data costs money. The question is, if the federal government is paying for that, that's nice, then the prices will be low. If it's private entities, then somebody will want to make money out of that, right? I'm not saying the current pricing is okay since I get academic rebates, because sometimes I see price tags that are quite astronomical, I should say, right? And the price tag is justified by the value that the data bring, If they can support a certain hypothesis that has so much value, right? In a capitalist society, you price it like that.
Yeah, I agree. It's the question, to answer this question, about what data are we actually talking, right? Is it raw data really coming right out of patient care? Is it curated data? Is it data that can be used directly for validation or certification processes? I think that really gives a lot of more value to such data. One idea that was discussed in the last years was also, if the healthcare system is already paying for curating the data and would make this available to industry in some sense, shouldn't there be a return on invest back to the healthcare system? Of course, it's very hard to do this, because how would a company pay back for getting curated data for validating their products? But maybe it's more something that it's not for a particular company, but for several or for the majority of the industry partners acting in this field. This would maybe democratize this aspect a little bit more and would finally lead to having a shorter market entrance for all these new startup companies that are developing great algorithms that nowadays take so long until they are really coming to the market, to the patient care at the end of the day.
Giorgio,
to add, I think it's from an academic, at least, point of view, I think ethically is a big problem indeed. So there are many issues we need to be very careful in putting a price to data. It's great that we can democratize the data and provide access potentially to industry and for-profit company, but it's a very delicate issue. We should,
Okay, so
I'd like to take one last question, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you all so much. My name is Mina Lütgens, founder of Patients for Digital. So since we brought up the aspect of money, and I think we already heard it, I would like to broaden that a little bit in terms of
talking about value, and I'm really thankful that this already came up. So the European Commission, I think 3 or 4 years ago, published a paper on the quadruple concept of value, so and we heard it here and there. So there's a technical aspect of value, the personal aspect of value, the social aspect of value, and the educational aspect of value. So I think it's very relevant to distinguish all of these and also to take into consideration that we have to balance those. So there's no way usually that all of these values meet the same level. What we had during the corona pandemic situation, I think, is a very great example, right? When it comes to the vaccination concept. So, what's the social value? What's individual value, etc. So, there are a lot of examples. So, my question here is, when it comes to value of AI applications and also the value chain, which we just heard, I interpreted in also secondary use of data somehow as a concept of value chain, like of data usage. So what is your idea? How could we approach the idea of value-based healthcare and expand this balancing for the better, let's say, of our society and for improvement of our healthcare system?
Giorgio, I'll get you to answer succinctly before our audience melts.
I'll be super quick. To me, well, value can mean everything, but the number one value we need to provide is the value to the individual, the participant. So this means providing access to data that they may not have otherwise, and returning information potentially after we process it to the participant. We want the participant to be engaged with whatever we do. So to me, that's the number one value we can bring. But
thank you so much. Did you want to come in?
Yeah, I'll just say I think that this should be a model of better than the alternatives. And I think that this is a difficult question because many of us who work in the AI field want AI to be as efficacious as it can be. We want it to blow everything else out of the water. But I've worked with companies that have gone through FDA clearance processes where their AIs were, their algorithms were 96% effective at prediction, and that wasn't good enough. And I think that the question around reimbursement, the question about value, has to be tied to this question of what's good enough and what is going to make measurable improvements that over time can continue to be optimized. And I guess I ask those of you who have your hands on this, if you share that perspective or if you have a different perspective.
So if you think about value-based care, which was the very last few words that you mentioned there in your question, you have to think about the causal relationship. You're looking for a causal relation, not some sort of correlation, which begs the question then, how do we going to evaluate all these new technologies that are coming out there? We have all sorts of claims that you improve health. How do we prove that to an HTA? How do we prove this to a regulator? Do we run tons of randomized trials? I'm fine with that if you have the money and the patience. The reality is most of you won't have that, right? So you will be working with the secondary data, and we have to push that infrastructure. We also have to educate the regulators and the HTA to interpret and to separate out the bad studies from the good studies when it comes to establishing the causal relationships on effectiveness and safety and value.
Yeah, maybe two comments on that. So first is we should also not forget that only with the data you don't have something that is really worse for or helps really the patient care. So there's a lot of efforts also in addition, especially when it comes to medical products, really thinking about all this post-market surveillance that the companies have to take care about, especially on a national or even global scale, is also quite pricey, right? So we should not only say that if we are giving data, that's everything to make money with. So there is, of course, also contributions anyway. Nevertheless, I also see the point that when we are talking about these curated data, it's definitely interesting to also ask how can we get this return on invest back from the companies. And I think this is why, for example, in this Empire Consortium, we really bring together all the stakeholders from the very beginning, not only the centers that produce the data, but also the algorithm developers, the scanner vendors who digitize slides, the regulatory authorities, the national societies. So to really open the communication about this and together develop for the good of the patient care the next business model also, and especially something that we, and I mentioned that in the beginning, and I think it was also discussed here,
the big effort that we actually see is validation of algorithms, because this, either if it's in clinical trials or if it's just for diagnostic purposes and where you can't do clinical trials easily. So I think this is a huge effort, and here we have to combine forces, and then we shouldn't ask for who is getting the money as the first question. Of course, it is a question, but not at the very first. Because especially when it comes to using those AI products in clinical routine, we see this in Germany with these DRGs, where you actually have to prove that you are cheaper with using the algorithm than without it. So, okay, so what does this mean? So you don't, and I'm talking about pathology domain now, so you say that you save a pathologist, or that you save some lab technicians, or that you are quicker, or that you are improving quality. Especially the last ones are very hard to measure. And so the question is also, how can we do this? There is this Krankenhauszukunftsgesetz in Germany that was able to finance a lot of the major investments in the beginning, which is one thing that was hindering not only pathology, but also other domains. But that's only one part of the story. The main question is, how can we get these money back from the algorithm investments? And I think DRGs are really problematic here, and we have to open the discussion also with the payers together with the government, how to overcome these barriers.
Thank you so much. Now, panel, you have worked very, very hard under very difficult circumstances, and you've given this audience a lot. And I'm going to invite you in the last quickfire round to have a little fun. I want you to think forward about all of the doom stories that we read about how AI will be the end of the world. And we haven't focused on that, right? We have been constructive, we've been scientific, but this is your moment. So in just one word, 3 words, can you tell me what for you that dystopian future looks like if we don't go out of this room doing what we said we're going to do about validation and considering the value of data and paying for data with improved healthcare? Nicholson, you're looking ready. What's the dystopian future for you?
We're too afraid of AI to use it. We set the standards really high. We evaluate it against what we have in the best care settings today and find it frequently wanting, and therefore don't use it.
Too afraid to use it. Charlotte, ready?
Always connected, always surveilled.
Brilliant.
I'm a
Norman?
privacy person.
Yeah, I also had this in mind, that we really have the problem that people are so afraid of losing access to their data or losing control, that this makes them even encapsulate themselves and, let's say, stay away from using the benefits of AI.
Thank you so much, Giorgio.
I share all the concern given so far. Maybe still thinking of a dystopian world, I think we should also think about this large language model and figure out also there are a lot of pros and a lot of cons and potentially danger and that from coming up with wrong data and this incredible thing that they can communicate with people like a person, and there are a lot of potential hurts that can come from that. So yeah, it's all to be seen.
And Sebastian, last.
So in order to broaden access to digital healthcare data, we need to get the public on board. And we can achieve this only by demonstrating the value that comes out of these data. And this becomes a feedback loop. The more you can demonstrate value by analyzing these data for each and every patient or a healthy person, right? The more the community will come on board and say, okay, why don't we do more of that? And you see this, of course, in the Scandinavian countries very, very strongly expressed, and I think in other countries less so. So invest in early use cases, in early successes, and demonstrate that to the public.
Brilliant closing remarks. Now, audience, before I ask you to join me in thanking the panel, I just want to let you know we're about to move into a networking coffee break, and I know we'll all be ready for a nice iced drink and a cold coffee. But thank you so much for supporting the panel through this. Now, we told you at the beginning of the conference, Alexa and I, that this is a really special conference. We're not just here talking about what we did last year and telling you our old results. Right now in the other rooms, there's this element of co-creation, and we're really excited to hear, when we come back after the break, what have they been doing in there? We can hear it, we can hear the clapping. And so we'll be revealing to you the results of the interactive bar camp, because we're so curious to see what they've produced. So thank you so much. Please join us back here in half an hour for those results. And in the meantime, please join me in thanking the panel. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back for the last session of today. And I think you are just as curious as we are what happened behind these closed doors and that closed doors over there.
From what we heard, many of you attended the bar camp, so we would like to say thank you to all of you for your willingness to participate in this medical conference, flipped in time, where you bring your problems, you work together with all of the assembled experts in the room in the bar camps, and we're really excited to have the bar camp hosts with us to report back on the findings.
Because 9 out of 12 produced real outcomes that we'd like to present now to you in kind of a quick fire or a pitch format. So if you have further questions, then please make use of the networking evening afterwards and chat off stage then. Yeah.
So first of all, we're going to invite Daniel Baumgart to the stage. Daniel Baumgart, welcome. So you were discussing what Germany can learn from the Canadian province of Alberta, running one of the world's largest digital health systems and their open data culture. What were your findings?
Thank you for the kind introduction and congratulations to the organizers of this excellent meeting. I'm really impressed by the number of bright minds that you can meet in one room here, and also the way that we try to share our knowledge and produce some good ideas. Yes, I was given the opportunity to introduce the Canadian provinces of Alberta's digital health record system, which actually goes back to 1997, so they have been doing what we're planning to do here in Germany, and in the future, over the past 5 years, that system was further upgraded, and in that upgrade process, it became one of the largest and most integrated digital health systems. So in that discussion with my bar camp attendees, which really felt like in an Irish pub in terms of the atmosphere, I think we agreed that Albertans have agreed on a concept of value-based care. This is the opposite of fee-for-service. So this is pay for performance, and I think this is another thing that digital health will help to enable. The other agreement that we could reach there is that they also took an efficient approach. I don't have time to go into this here, what that actually means. And the group also feels that if we want to learn something from that culture, we need some cultural change here. So digital transformation does not mean just to buy a piece of software and then expect the airplane that you just bought to fly. It is a big effort, and all the stakeholders here in the room basically represent that concept. 2 quick sentences about another project that's an international graduate school that unites 22 academic and industrial partners. It's called From Data to Decision. We have named it after the fictional character R2D2, so in our case it's not R2D2, but FD2D.org. So if you want to learn some more about it, I also posted it outside. Thank you for your time.
Daniel, one quick last line. What was the most unexpected thing that happened in your session?
Well, in a way, people were surprised maybe that many of the topics that the expert panel this morning raised, how the Canadians found a smooth solution for that, not very confrontational as we know them. And the best part is that Jamie joined us, a Canadian. I'm a permanent resident. He is a dyed-in-the-wool Canadian, and he actually confirmed that this German fellow is not exaggerating.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. The next bar camp was hosted by Stephanie Bruckner and Stephen Gilbert, and they treated with the topic of data sharing. So, Stephen, would you join us on stage, please, and tell us more about your findings in this workshop?
So I'm Stephen Gilbert. I'm a professor of medical device regulatory science at the University in Dresden, and I'm presenting this. It was actually a session that was hosted by Stephanie Bruckner, one of my PhD students, who's in the audience. So we start off with a controversial title. Only consent will work. We have to make it to work. And it may seem, I asked the question about this in the first panel. Why are we going back to consent? A lot of people are opposed to consent. Is not all of the conversation now about access without asking the patient or citizen, or maybe an opt-out, but probably not an opt-in or consent? We're deliberately being controversial. We think controversial is actually the way to enable the modern world of data access to work. The center of gravity of health data is completely shifting. Health data is not the X-ray. The health data which tells which allows predictive analytics is the data which is gathered early, the data that is gathered by wearables, the data that is gathered by health apps, and the data that really will make a difference to healthcare. It's important that we access that data. That was part of the brilliance of the European health data space, and it's part that the European health data space has moved away from. They're saying wearables are too hot, health apps are too hot. We propose a solution which is based around a standardized consent. That consent allows users, when they access an app through a process a little bit like the label to enable process from the European Union, they can see a standardized consent. They can access that consent through a authentication event hook. They can be brought to an app which is a little bit like PayPal for consent. They can set their consents or they can inherit their consents in the next app they go to, and those apps control the consent of access to data. It will not be sustainable. Any law which does not acknowledge that it will not be sustainable, that one can treat the 10 parameters recorded per second for 100 parameters on health, that will be the future of health. Any argument that this is based upon a social contract or a community contract where we don't ask the individual will not be sustainable and will not work.
Thank you very much, Stephen. So you really worked on ideas of making consent easier. Did any obstacles come up where you did discuss harder?
Absolutely. We put some of these on the slide. A very often brought up question around consent is, will that not exclude certain populations? If you base things on consent, will older populations, will excluded populations? There was a lot of interesting work on this from Ariel Stern in the first panel this morning. Perhaps black populations in the US wouldn't access. There are ways this can be addressed, and it's exactly the answer that came from the Wellcome Trust this morning. You stratify what data you have, you re-explore your methods, you go back and redesign, and you target populations exactly as they did in the Wellcome Trust approach. And that's why, or in the UK Biobank, that's why UK Biobank 4.0 with consent is the future that will work with what health data is in 5 years, in 10 years, or even in 2 years.
Thank you so much, Stephen. And you stay with us because you also joined and hosted the next workshop.
Okay, so I'm next again. So this is actually the bar camp that I presented. And I think I've got a little bit less of an agenda for this particular bar camp. I've written a paper in this area, which will appear in 2 weeks' time in one of the kind of top 3 world medical journals. So I'm interested in the theme, but I wasn't trying to particularly lead the direction of the conversation. And as I've kind of slightly put jokingly on the slide here, we had a really multidisciplinary group. We had regulators, we had people within the Hasso-Plattner Institute who are developing large language-based decision support systems. We had CEOs, we had doctors, and we brainstormed some of these solutions. And I think everybody acknowledges that it's a hugely problematic space with large language models. As much as they bring absolutely enormous promise, they bring acknowledged and very, very limiting limitations in the way of hallucination, inaccuracy, explainability, and bias. And I think everybody from a technical aspect and also me from a regulatory perspective acknowledging that pretty much these solutions without multi-model approaches, checking of references relating back to more trustworthy sources of medical data, or without medically trained large language models, they face a huge amount of limitations. A point that I made, and I'll make it here, these technologies are already absolutely upon us. I list a series here, but you can already go to DXGPT and get your medical diagnosis now. You can access that online, not a CE marked app, but anybody can click through and access it. There's a whole series of tools that are out there. There's Dr. Gupta by Martin Shkreli, the pharma bro, straight from federal prison to launch a tool which will do exactly the same. You can currently upload your clinical record. You can get your diagnosis. You can get a treatment plan. The critical question that we came upon within the group is that it's a very challenging situation. There is European regulation, there's the AI Act, there's MDR, they're highly restrictive. There is the FDA approach to regulation. There is huge fear amongst regulators. We had a regulator in the audience, made a very interesting point, which I hadn't quite thought of before. We're used to fear. We deal with the biggest EU pharma companies. We say to them no at the moment on pharma regulation. There is room for bravery from regulators in actually applying a common framework. At the moment, it's complete cowboy and Wild West. And particularly within the US, none of the regulators know how and what to regulate. But no technology is too big to regulate. No company is too big to regulate. But that is not to say the regulation should be on the over-regulation side or on the under-regulation side. And the critical question there, like, I think there will need to be a change in regulation, and many from the group came from this perspective. The US, with their approach to decision support regulation, kind of have a route here, which Europe doesn't have. And that is, if large language model-based decision support systems can be shown to be adequately explainable, they can shown to be adequately transparent and based on evidence, they don't, and to avoid automation bias, they don't actually have to go through this very laborious process for medical device approval. And just one tiny last point, I realize I'm massively over time, but it's a tiny point. If that is linked with oversight, so some of the work from the Harvard group, which is very highly represented here, on the potential for oversight, doctors working in the loop, almost the AI in a referral loop, really interesting research already in those directions.
Stephen, brilliant. And in one breath, can you expand on this international context and competition matters?
So I touched on this in the end, but if the FDA will have to make a decision on how they will react to OpenAI and to Microsoft and to nuance within Microsoft and where they will draw the line on regulation. I've asked at the FDA international regulatory meetings, or members of the FDA, do they plan to revisit their own regulations? They will have to. There's currently lobby for an act of Congress to go through a revisiting of the Algorithmic Accountability Act. They will have to make a decision how they regulate. It's highly likely that's going to go in a more open to the use of large language models than we are in Europe. And that, it's very tough because the European AI Act has just passed through the Parliament last week. It's not sustainable to have a situation where potentially there could be 2 orders of magnitude, 100-fold faster progress with the rollout of these technologies. But it's hugely challenging. My paper on this, which is about to come out, is mostly about the challenges, and we were talking today mostly about solutions. One, in the end, could say with China, we cannot align with their approach to solutions, but we have to find a way of aligning with US solutions.
Stephen, thank you so much. That was a very deep breath.
Thank you. Thank you. And the next Barcamp put a focus on accelerating medical progress with large language models again, and it was hosted by Niels Kruger. Welcome him on stage. Hi, Niels. Nice to have you here. What were your findings in your Barcamp?
Yeah, so it was the main focus of this Barcamp was to actually bring together various groups that work in research, in health insurance companies, or also as a clinician in the clinic, and come together, share their problems, actually articulate their problems in a specific way so one can make them actionable by large language, or to implement large language models for this problem space. And it was quite interesting to see that there were common problems that we share across our disciplines, and to actually see the participants come up with unique and novel ideas how to leverage these large language models to incorporate into their day-to-day work.
Mm-hmm. That's what Karl Lauterbach said this morning as well, and it was mentioned by Sebastian, I think, on your panel again, that we could use these large language models to produce big data sets and kind of clean the system first and then use them to, for example, answer the question, how might we diagnose breast cancer for people in order to reduce mortality? You discussed that.
Exactly. So what we did, we used a brainstorming methods, which is how might we, which articulates a problem statement into a specific way. And one participant came up with a breast cancer question, and a possible solution was when we brainstorm in a crazy 8 method, which is a brainstorming method as well, that one could harness vision models to actually identify areas which look malignant maybe, and then harness LLMs to formulate a specific treatment plan to act upon.
Thank you very much, Niels, for being with us and present your Barcamp.
Thank you so much. And now please welcome on stage Toralf Kirsten, who is going to talk on behalf of the co-session hosts Hannes Wünscher, Florian Schwarz, Sophia Maria Ciampani, who all looked at privacy-preserving data analysis code-to-data approaches. Welcome on stage, Toralf.
Thank you for this kind introduction. You see many names on this barcamp. The main focus on this barcamp has been on the opportunities how to access and how to share the data. We have heard some things in the morning session. So the term is data access and data sharing. We also have heard something about the consent, as Stephen has raised the question here some minutes ago. And I was really surprised in the morning that a German raised the point of opting out for the consent, so that right now you know that you need an informed consent or a broad consent, and that makes the data access at least a little bit difficult. Therefore, we think an opt-out would be an option for the future, because sometimes we also need to think from the new. The next point is the question about to access and to share the data. Is the direct access always necessary, so that you go to the data holder and take the data, get the data from them, and analyze the data in a new data silo? Or can you also share your code, your analysis code, give the code to the data holder and analyze the data there? So that means there is no need to have a new cluster, technical cluster to analyze the data all the time, but every data holder can share the resources, the computational resources, to the analysis. And therefore, we introduced the two technologies, the two platforms, Data Shield and Personal Health Train, where we involved in the development. And we discussed it in the group, different aspects about that. And the last point is we are involved also in different initiatives. In the morning, I missed a little bit the initiatives going on in Germany, medical informatics initiatives, network university medicine, but also the NFDI for health. NFDI stands for the National Data Infrastructure for health. And in all these initiatives, we are using the two platforms, Data Shield and Personal Health Train, for the data analysis, for the distributed data analysis. And here the point is, can we use these platforms also in different other initiatives? So the point is, can we align the different initiatives according to the point, using the same infrastructures for that? So do not build for each new initiative a new infrastructure, but reuse as much as possible.
Brilliant. And just super quickly before you go, can you tell us what was the one point that generated the most controversy? Because this seems nicely wrapped up, but I'm sure the discussions were a little more heated.
Yes, the discussion was more on the technical side, to be honest. Yeah? So we discussed several points on the technical level, which I do not cover here for sure.
Thank you so much, Dustin.
Thank you very much, Toralf. I think on the next barcamp you might not have had so many technical discussions. It was about how to bring people living with diseases or citizens on board of the digital train to understand health data sharing across borders. It was hosted by Birgit Bauer and Ino Focken. Welcome on stage, Birgit.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
And I'd like to quote Elena Büchs on this, because she said, this morning she said, data protection is for healthy people, right?
Exactly.
How did you discuss this topic?
So we brought our discussion group into a very special situation, because I said, imagine you're a patient, you got your diagnosis, and now you need help. That's not easy for everyone. As a patient myself, I'm a patient expert living with multiple sclerosis for more than 18 years now. I know exactly how this feels. And therefore, we discussed about, and the group was really great, I have to say that, because they were really creative. And it was not technical, as you said. It was more human, because we are talking about human. We are talking about health data, and this comes from human, from persons. And therefore we agreed we need more transparency. We need understandability. We also need to know what's going on with the data. Also, we need autonomy of data. This is much important for us. And also we have to bring that to the people, means we have to communicate, we have to discuss, and we have to do a public debate. Then be inclusive. Inclusion is always a big problem. I can also say hashtag patients involved, hashtag patients engagement, hashtag together, hashtag nothing without us about us, nothing about us without us. So we have lots of buzzwords here, and we said we need more. We not just to have include patients, people living with diseases, we also have include the HCPs, the therapists, the pharmacists. Also, we have to include the caregivers, means family caregivers. People, friends, coming from the family, coming from the own circle, I would say, from the own environment, and they have to know more. And they have to be informed, because sometimes, and I know that from myself, it's not easy to deal with us patients, to be honest. And the third word was trustworthy. Give benefits in story and in sharing. So use storytelling to be a trustworthy source, or become a trustworthy source. So we all hear those negative headlines. We all hear those negative thinking, the hearsay very often. As Data Saves Lives project coordinator, I know what I'm talking about, because we already confronted day by day with those negative things, and we try to solve that, we try to explain it. And last but not least, deliver an emotional approach, not just number and technical terms. Because when you talk about health data, it's not technical, it's not just data, it's about humans. Thank you very much.
That's right. Thank you, Birgit. Just one last question, because you strongly aligned with Elena there, I can see that. But can you give us an example of what be transparent, how do you like to achieve that? What was the discussions about that?
This was a tricky question for many, because we know all those things about data ownership and so on. But I think it's important for people who give their data to know who is receiving that data, what is done with that data, what is the outcome of the data, no matter if it's a positive outcome or a negative outcome, we want to know that. This would be transparent, and also it would be transparent to know at the end of the day to have an information sheet like a patient leaflet, but not so long and not so complicated, you know what I mean.
And colorful.
And yeah, of course. No, but this is transparency, to know what's going on. And I would love to see, when I give my data, and I share my data already for years now, and I would love to see what's going on, who is using that data, what is the outcome. And especially, I would say, when it comes to clinical trials or so, if it's negative, it's okay. That happens, we all know that, but we want to know what was the outcome at the end. What was the negative part of it?
Yeah, that's right. Thank you very much, Birgit, for sharing your insights.
Thank you so much. And now please welcome on stage Lutz Hager, who's going to talk about the Solidarity Principle 2.0, data governance for health. Welcome on stage, Lutz.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Federal Ministry for hosting this wonderful conference. I think I've had so many coffees today, meeting interesting people. I'm on a coffee high already by the time being, but I do have to present you some of the main messages of our Barcamp. My name is Lutz Hager. I'm chairman of the German Managed Care Association, and we have published a paper, Make the Digital Choice the Easy Choice, because we live in times of digital transformation all around us. And so one thing that needs a digital transformation update is the Solidarity Principle, which is why we said Solidarity Principle 2.0. And our session was about what that would be. Now, we went along in 3 steps. The first steps is guiding principles. What would we wish a Solidarity Principle 2.0 would be? The second box is how to organize. And the third box is how to communicate, how to gain acceptance and trust. And now as you're seeing, and this relates nicely to what Birgit just said, we have from the side from citizen to research or innovation by data-driven methods. That's something we talk a lot about today. But we also need to come full circle back from the innovations to citizens and how we can make healthcare better for all. The solidarity principle is hugely popular if you ask people. So it's a huge value to communicate not only how we foster innovation, but also how we strengthen healthcare and healthcare for all on the ground in Germany. Now, the second is how to organize, and we felt that we need to organize data exchanges and knowledge exchanges beyond the limits of statutory health. We need to include all kinds of other data, medical data, of course, but also related from social activities, social care activities. So nursing was mentioned this morning. So there's a broader context to include. And something that we also discussed with reference to use cases in Canada is really that use cases is what build acceptance and what can spearhead a positive mindset about transformation, and that's just some of the elements that we approached.
Thank you so much. And just quickly before you go, this idea looks so great, like so neat. But what is it that stops us doing it now? Is it that we don't have the benefit? Is that we're not very good at communication? Like, what is it we need to work on to make this a reality?
Well, I think we do need more of a public debate of how we want to transform healthcare. It's not only about singular innovations in singular care areas, it's about how to adapt to a changing world that sees healthcare as a context of health and healthcare in a more inclusive context. We have to talk about prevention. We have to talk about work-life balance. We have to talk about those parameters.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lutz, for presenting that Barcamp. And the next one, I'm really curious to hear about innovating beyond HIPAA and GDPR for a global framework, because we discussed GDPR quite a lot this morning. And Jason Kreitz hosted this Barcamp. Welcome on stage, Jason.
Yeah, so several years back when I met Joe, the problem that we were facing is how do we enable global clinical trials? How do we enable, at this particular use case, it was between the UK and the US. So flip that around between Germany and the US, as well as Germany and the EU. And some of the insights that came from this discussion with an engineer and a lawyer and someone that runs something very similar to the UK Biobank was, I have up here EU accepting US as a safe country for data transfer, but as well to enable cross-directional exchanges of data. Some of the data privacy standards in the US are evolving, right? So there's some work that we need to do to match kind of what GDPR is doing, but I think we can learn from each other. And ultimately what, a common theme is something known as evolutionary AI. How can we enable evolutionary artificial intelligence for things like clinical trials, and the lifeblood of that is really data and knowledge. Another thing is that we've seen, obviously with trust, but also is the only way that we can enable this at scale globally is aligning incentives. So during the coronavirus, at the start, we saw that there was a lot of collaboration that occurred very effectively via various parts of the world that has kind of gone away, because if it's just societal good, if it's just feel good, if it's just a hug, unfortunately, that's not how the world works, and we need to enable financial incentives to enable this data to be shared more effectively and at scale. And one of the interesting insights, and maybe this is already going on, but decoupling a patient ID from a research ID for patients. So having essentially two different classes of data that have different regulatory frameworks for them, put differently, to enable large-scale sharing of research data that has different sensitivities for the patients than if it's their actual own individual data. So yeah.
I think the main goal you have on the left side here, and I think the two others already pay off for that, but how did you discuss how can we install trust from the EU towards the US that your country is safe for data transfer?
Yeah, so some of the folks that came up previously were talking about consent. So my personal opinion is that if we shift to where the patient has full control and visibility of their data at all times, then we can solve some of the, rightfully so, concerns that Europe has with shipping data back and forth between the two different continents. But also with that, that will enable us to not let perfect be the enemy of good. So with GDPR, there's some innovation that doesn't occur that should be occurring. So I think if we adopted more modern frameworks that utilize consent, that would be a way to enable that.
Thank you very much, Jason. Looking forward to let you work more on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I'd please like to invite on stage Stephanie Weber and Christian Karagianidis, who are going to talk to us about interoperability of primary data collection and its impact on secondary data use, using the example of registry data.
Thank you very much. So we were told to have an agile barcamp. We were so agile that we moved two barcamps together, so we're actually two presenting in one. We have been talking about the data itself. When we look about the sharing of the data and we develop a wonderful framework, what if in the end the data is not in a quality that we can really work on? So we talked about the life cycle of data. So for the discussion in the barcamp, we developed as one of the key outcomes that we would like to give to this conference, that it's very important to think of the data in its full life cycle, not only at the moment where you have it and where you want to share it, but especially as well in the moment where you collect it. So secondary data use cannot function without a very good primary data capture, and you cannot think of the data capture in silos. So here, actually, the work on the data sharing begins. So you have to think about where will the data go on in the future. Not only it will be used for reimbursement, for a registry, for this single project, but the overall use that is imaginable in your country and cross-border as well. So the life cycle of the data, even for secondary data, is very important. And we would encourage that the users of the data engage with the data capturers to tell them what is the need and to stop thinking in a research project silos, but in a whole thing. We discussed as well, how could we reach that? And we talked about incentives on data capture. For example, there are lots of research projects out there. There's lots of initiatives to foster data capture, data sharing. So we should really incentivize only the ones who do not think in silos, who really think of the quality of data and think in the beginning of the project or the research, whatever is ongoing, what will the data be used for in the future on the long run, and how can we achieve interoperability of the data? And for the third message, I'll hand over.
Yes, thank you very much. So actually, we have to deal with a concrete problem in the hospitals in Germany. So we are faced in Germany with a problem that we will have less capacities in the hospital within the next years. And we calculate with around about 30% less beds in the hospital. And during the pandemic, we introduced the German ICU registry, and I'm one of the chairs of this registry with great support from the German Health Ministry. That was a really great time. And we did that as a medical society together with the Robert Koch Institute. And that was really great with the support we had. That gave us a broad overview during the pandemic about the capacities we have on the ICUs in Germany. And basically, the clinician at the bedside was the one who was responsible for providing the data. So that meant we knew once a day, we knew that we have 10 beds on our ICU, that 9 of them are occupied, that 8 of them have COVID infection. And since the pandemic ended now, we are faced with the problem that we now want to go a step further. So we need a registry 2.0, something like that. And the major point for that is that we have to discuss that we need some automated data export to the registry. And that is a huge or a large step for us. And during this barcamp session, which was very nice, I have to say, at several points, the thing came up that we need a very clear governance structure. Because if we want to clearly automate this data export, how many beds has a hospital, how many of them are occupied, we need to know, we have to discuss with the industry because they have the software for that. We have to program the interface and so on. And the major point in Germany for me at the moment where we have to improve, and that came clearly out of this barcamp session, is that we need a very clear governance structure. And that means that the German health ministry is the one who has who is really in the lead for the future. And then we may have some other authorities, and we have very good people working on that, but we need someone who is in the lead to say, you are programming the interface, you are responsible for this, and you are responsible for that. And that is something which is not only for the ICU registry, but for all registries for the future very important. Thank you.
Christian, thank you so much. And perhaps if I can just ask one very brief follow-up question. You talk about incentivize good practice. What levers, very briefly, in just a few words, do you see that there are to incentivize good practice in this area?
So in the discussion we had, we, for example, said that there might be parties in the whole data use cycle that make benefit of the data. They might be very interested and they might want to incentivize specific aspects of data capture. So maybe incentivize tools for capturing the data that they in the end would need and help and assist in this as well. For example, research projects, if they're funded and they create data silos, that is not a good incentive. So even with that aspect, you should think in the beginning of the incentives you set.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie and Christian.
Thank you.
And last but not least, we're talking about GDPR again, how to operate international research projects GDPR compliant with German data. That barcamp was hosted by Henrik Matthijs and Jamie Blackport. Henrik, you're joining us on stage. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I think I'm the last, so after my presentation,
that's it.
We are ready for the break. Now, I'm a co-founder of Honig, and we built a GDPR-compliant sovereign health data research platform. The first year of our company was invested into aligning with the Data Privacy Authority on a concept. And it was time well invested because in the end we got the approval that we are allowed to access real-world data across silos and link it for specific health data research projects. So as we got the invitation for this conference, we quickly ramped up our partners, and I'm very happy that Jamie Blackport joined me today from Datavant. Datavant is the market leader in the US for health data pseudonymization, and together we now have a platform that can go transatlantic. So we can bring German, European health data to international research, or get international research to us on a GDPR-compliant platform in order to analyze the data. Now, we had a couple of use cases at the barcamp today where we discussed how could this work? Does that work? What are the outcomes? And Christian and Stephanie just outlined our first topic around interoperability. It's difficult. It's not just data quality. It's interfaces, it's data formats, sources. So it's really quite a journey for us in Germany because we are not used to have high data quality. So far, there was no incentive for data quality outside reimbursement. And now we come into a world where data quality somehow is of great importance because we want to do proper research, but for that we need to invest a lot into the primary data collection and then the secondary data use. So I can talk hours about interoperability, but a lot has been said. So quickly wrapping it up, technology is ready. Alina Büchs said this this morning. We have all the tools. We have confidential compute. We have all the encryption technologies. We have now sovereign cloud providers. We have a really rich portfolio. It's not about technology anymore. It's about our culture and our ambition to now get started. And we have a very deep and rooted culture to put data privacy above all, but now we should focus a bit more on data usage. And I'm glad that we are on this conference talking exactly about this in that audience, but Alina Büchs is also right. We need to get out after today and talk to anyone else we know how important it is what we do here. And last but not least, now is the time for us in Germany and Europe to build the ecosystem. And that's an amazing opportunity because we can learn, and the conference today is impressive for that. We have a large international community here from whom we can learn to define how do we want to shape our ecosystem, which values do we want to apply, how do we talk about consent, for example, how to involve the patient and all that. But it's really on us. If we fail, in 2-3 years' time, others will dominate also this very crucial market. So I really want to encourage you to continue the discussion that we just had today, also in the next couple of weeks and months, and together build this ecosystem so that we have a sovereign solution for our health data.
Thank you so much, Henrik, on this one. But just a short question at the end. To build the ecosystem, did you discuss how the EHDS could be a contribution to that, or how we could start from there? The European health data space.
The EHDS, yes. The EHDS is an amazing vision. Especially in Germany, it will take us a few more steps to get closer to it. And I, as a citizen, love absolutely the idea about the EHDS. I would love all of us to take the bravery and get starting, and not to as an engineers, we usually look for perfect solutions and all that, but we need now the pilot cases. We need various stakeholders to come together and just get started, get going, learn, iterate, adapt, be really agile. Otherwise, we will wait for the white elephant, which will never come, and then our chance is over to build our ecosystem on our own.
Thank you so much. What a nice statement. At last. And thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for all the good work and all the results. And now be our guest at our very own Irish pub here. During the networking evening, you have the opportunity to visit the exhibition on our AI projects. And we offer guided tours at 5:45, 6:30, and 7:15 to introduce you to a few people and projects on each tour. But it's up to you to visit more on your own, of course.
And just a quick reminder that tomorrow we're going to continue our programme at 9:30. So we have another 2 high-level keynotes. We have a workshop. We have the 3 panel discussions which await you. The last one, of course, attended by the Federal Minister. We're really looking forward to this.
We're really looking forward to this. If you want to join us for the tours, we meet at the Wall of Berlin. And now we wish you a very, very nice evening. Good chats, good conversations, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you all.